Welcome to the February regular meeting for the Board of Finance for the town of Fairfield. Would everybody please rise? I'm going to ask our clerk, Caitlin, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, welcome everyone. We have a jam-packed agenda tonight. This is typically the meeting that really starts for us, the town's budget season, as we start with non-recurring capital requests. Tonight on our agenda, we have to review the minutes of our last meeting, to hear and consider and act upon bond resolutions for non-recurring capital, to receive and consider the town's audit report for last fiscal year, and to hear, consider, and act upon an additional appropriation for the Osborne Hill Elementary School renovation, and then to hear a request for the Chief Fiscal Officer on a transfer of funds, and lastly, the discussion and appointment of a new clerk for the Board of Finance. Before we start with the agenda, are there any questions, comments, or concerns from board members? Seeing none, we'll take item number 1 on our agenda, and that's to approve the minutes for the regular meeting of the Board of Finance from January 6th, 2015. Someone put that before us, Mr. Brown, seconded Mrs. Leclerc. Any questions, comments, or concerns on those minutes from board members? Hearing none, I'll call it. All in favor of approving those minutes? Opposed? Abstentions? All right, let's hope all the votes go as smoothly as that one. All right. Item number 2 is to hear, consider, and adopt bond resolutions appropriating funds for the costs of certain non-recurring capital projects and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriations. Here's the way I'd like to do this, if it's the pleasure of the board, is I'd like to go through first the Board of Education requests, second the town's requests. We'll discuss each one of them, get our questions asked or answered. I will not call each one of them for a vote until at the end, and then we can make, as appropriate, the amendments to the appropriate resolution. Does that work for everyone? That way we get our discussion out of the way and can do the voting at the end. Can somebody put this before us? Mr. Brown, and second by Mrs. Leclerc. All right, the item is now before us. I'll ask Dr. Teitel and his staff, as he deems appropriate, to come forward on the Board of Education non-recurring amounts. Good evening, Dr. Teitel.
Hi, everybody. So I know when we're discussing the security item, I know the chief will want to be up here with me, but that would be the only one he would be here. So if we're going to do security first, I'll invite the chief up. If you want to talk about the other ones first, then I'll have Mr. Cullen come up. So.
Okay, so let me, thank you for bringing that up. What I'm going to ask is that we go through all the items on non-recurring capital before security.
Okay.
All the Board of Education items before the security. For the security item, I know members have members have questions. I also know we have to be sensitive to discussing those items in public, as you have been in the past, and if you and as the chief have stated, because obviously for security, there's things that you want to have happen that if it obviously gets into the public forum, it doesn't help the situation.
Defeats the purpose.
Right. So what I'll do is I'll ask for a motion to go into private executive session, and we can go out back and ask any sensitive questions, and only those sensitive questions to those plans out back, and come back, and any topics be in the public. We just want to be careful in that area. Does that work for everybody? All right. So let's go to the capital non-recurring projects. Let's refer to this book. We'll take them in the order that they're in this book, and we can go from there. So Dr. Teitel, go right ahead.
Right. So we have 3 projects before you. Two were approved at the prior level, and one was not. So the first one, I might as well just talk about these briefly and then open it up, because I think the information is in the book. The Dwight Elementary roof replacement. This was the roof, if you remember a couple years ago, when we went and we put some money into 5 different elementary school roofs, that we extended the life of the roofs for between 5 and 10 years. Was the whole discussion about the extended warranty and the roof extension project. And we said at the time that the Dwight roof actually was in such bad shape that no manufacturer would touch it. We couldn't even get a manufacturer to agree to do repairs and guarantee the life of the roof because it was in such bad shape. All the other ones were done and are working out really well. So this roof is beyond its useful life. It's beyond the warranty. It's therefore, we are able to get state reimbursement on this project of about 26% of the total that you see there. We have to ask for the gross amount, but the state will give us back about a quarter of that. And so we've detailed the costs in there. So that's really, I think, all I want to say about the Dwight roof. Tom, do you have anything to add on that?
Nope, that's good.
Okay. I guess we'll take questions or comments on that.
Questions from board members on the roof at Dwight School? Mrs. Leclerc?
What percentage of the roof is it? Is it
It's about 90%,
90, so it's almost the whole thing?
yes.
But we don't need to do the whole thing? or
No,
that's-
these roofs are the ones that expired in 2011. The warranty expired in 2011.
Okay.
So there's a section of it that's still good, so we're not going to replace that.
And then any major renovations to Dwight are pretty far down the list?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Way down the list.
Yeah.
Other questions on this? Mr. Brown?
I received an email today. Do we have pools of water in the gym at Dwight?
Do we have pools of water?
It's like, is there flooding in the gym?
No.
No? Okay. I got an email today saying there was pools of water in the gym.
There might have been a leak from all the snow. You know, the snow isn't
just
melting
curious.
slowly on the roof, but
So is the total cost of 1.2 million minus the 320? Was that? so
Yeah, the
cost-
total cost is the 1.2. We put the gross number in, and then it's netted out in the waterfall. So the net cost to the town's going to be around 900,000.
Okay.
yeah.
Right.
Yep, the actual reimbursement should be 325,708, which is in the waterfall.
What's the square footage?
I don't think we have a total square footage on the roof.
Do you have the cost per square foot?
No, but we could work that out from the quotes we got.
Can you do that now, so that we can get a rough estimate, right, Mr. Brown?
Yeah, we like it.
We'll work on that.
Yeah, can work on that.
The team will work on that while we're here.
Thank you.
But we've actually, we did really well on the roof at
Mill Hill.
Mill Hill. That one came in about $20 a square foot.
18 and change a square
18 and
foot.
change, so we budget higher than that, but that one actually will be giving money back on
Our consultant is
that.
telling us to use something between $25 and $27 a square foot. Fairfield Ward High School's roof came in at 21 and change square feet. Mill Hill came in at 18 and change. So that's from the bidding process.
And what did you use on this one? Have you? No,
We didn't,
okay.
we have a quote on page 3. That's from the.
We'll do the division and get it to you.
There's a proposal from the contractor on page 3.
Any other questions on this item? Is this the same type, oh, go ahead, Mr. Becker.
Thank you. Just going back, so this is not about 90%. The other portion, do we have an idea of when that's going to be done? Is it
They're
under
very
warranty
small.
now?
There's like 11 roofs at Riverfield.
I know.
This is
At
covering about
Dwight.
8 of, at Dwight. This is covering about 8 of them. The other ones are like a canopy, the walkway canopy. If you know Dwight, there's a canopy section between the U-shape. That's one that's not being done. There's one over the front entrance, so they're smaller pieces of roofs. And,
Okay.
I can look them up if you want to know the years of those.
But they're under warranty. I mean, they're at a point. Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's it. Thanks.
Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Stone.
Just to the warranty, if the roof failed in, say, the 18th year and had to be replaced, they just replace it wouldn't be prorated?
No.
So they just put in, if it had to be replaced, they'd put a new roof
No,
on?
they look at the damage of material, so the membrane that may have failed, expansion joints, they look at what's failing and replace.
They'd fix it. They wouldn't necessarily replace the whole
Right,
thing.
okay.
Yeah, they would fix it.
A couple things on that. To follow up on Mr. Stone's question. I remember in the past with other roofs, there's been some question over a fight amongst the vendors when we've had a problem. I specifically, I think, remember at McKinley, New McKinley, right? We were looking at a problem with the roof, and there was a disagreement saying, no, it wasn't the materials, it was the installation. No, it wasn't the installation, it was the materials. Remember that?
Yes.
Are we setting ourselves up for something similar to that in the future, or how are we?
No. No, we've had other issues too with manufacturers. We're doing such a good job with the PM program and calling the manufacturers in. Some of them are starting to get angry with us, like Johns Manville is concerned that we're putting in a lot of claims and they keep coming out because there's not a lot of districts doing this. So we're dealing with that issue and working through with them. But installation and material is looked at as a whole anymore with our warranties, so they're not broken apart.
I noticed in here that you showed pictures of the Fairfield Ward roof. Is that because this is going to be done in a similar fashion as the Fairfield Ward?
Yes, and we wanted to show what a new, good roof should look like compared to the old pictures and the damaged ones.
One other point on this that I don't think it's in the documents because it came in afterwards is that, you know, the town's been very aggressive about solar installations over roofs.
Yes.
And this, we've been approved for a solar installation on this roof. It may take a little time to do it, but we got a solar installation going in at Ludlow. We've got a solar installation going in at Ward, and now the vendor's been approved for a solar installation at Dwight. And of course, it's perfect timing because they want to put that right on top of the new roof, and so we'll get some payback on that in terms of our electrical rates going forward.
Great. Mr. Stone?
If you're putting a solar system on top of the roof,
Hopefully not a solar system.
solar, yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, the whole thing. You know what I mean. Well, that won't affect the warranty, will it?
No, no, they work with the manufacturer, and actually, it's a nice incentive because they put a membrane down first, the solar company does, top of our roof membrane, and they're guaranteeing that they'll get 5 years out of that. So we're actually adding
To the-
5 years to the life of our roof by doing the solar photovoltaics.
Any other questions?
We have a
Go ahead.
$27 a square foot, 40,000 square feet.
Okay. And the $27 was recommended by?
Our consultant, Hoffman Architects.
Okay. We're going to be talking both tonight, and I know there's another discussion about Ludlow High School, and those two projects have gone significantly over what was originally estimated for them. What kind of consideration have we given that when we've tried to estimate these out, given that we don't want to get into a situation where we think we're approving a project at one number and it comes back substantially higher later on?
Well, we've gotten very good numbers on roofs, and we've been doing them for about 7 years now, so we're pretty confident the bid work and the specifications when we send them out, that we're going to get good numbers.
So what was at Ludlow, wasn't part of that a roof? Ludlow High School?
The roof is part of the project. That's
Isn't that
really
coming in
not the source
significantly?
of the overrun.
What's the source of the overrun there? I don't want to go down this rabbit hole right now.
The
but-
addition and renovation,
So the roof was close to what the original estimate
Yes.
was?
yes, it was.
Fine, I mean, I think the reason you're remembering this is that we did one bid on the roof, and it was outrageous.
Correct.
And a lot of that had to do with the timing of the bid, which was really poor because all the installers were busy for the summer, and it was, so that was part of it.
And the specs.
And the specs were had stuff in there that didn't need to be in there. They were nice to have, but not required. So when we rebid it, took out the extra stuff on the specs, and we're bidding it in a favorable bidding environment, it came down into the price range. So that roof is also, I think, much more complicated on top than Dwight. It had a lot of stuff on it that they had to work around. So this is probably more like the Mill Hill roof in terms of its structure. So we feel comfortable with the number.
Okay. Any other questions on the roof? Seeing none, why don't you go ahead.
What
Mrs.
is
Leclerc?
the expected life expectancy of the roof?
It's a 20-year warranty, but we expect to get at least 5 more because of the solar system going on, and I
Okay.
think with our good PM program, maybe even another 5. So we're hoping to get 30 years.
30 years.
Okay.
Neither one of us will be here to see that happen
Go right ahead. Let's go to the next item.
before I completely get you off track.
Yeah.
It's budget humor.
I plan on being here. No.
Right? Well, but physically be here.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Don't think you'll be grilling me in 25 years. You promised 25 years on this roof.
Go right ahead.
Right. Okay, I think the next project's the Jennings boilers, correct? On
Yes.
your list. And again, this is
This
one.
is the one item that was pulled out by the
That's-
Board of Selectmen.
That's correct. And, you know, it's, they're 50-year-old boilers. We have been on a replacement schedule for boilers. We replaced the Dwight boilers about 4 years ago when they hit year 50. We replaced them at North Stratfield this past year at 50. I think there's a big risk involved in letting them go beyond this, that the risk being, you know, catastrophic failure, and all that entails, the costs involved in that, the disruption. We have had, you know, as you imagine with boilers that are this old, we've had periodic issues with them. And, you know, it was our opinion, obviously, that the time has come to do it and not try to squeeze another year out of them, but obviously, the selectmen had a different opinion, so it's pretty much the story on the boilers.
Now, you had mentioned, before I turn over to board members, you had mentioned being on a quote-unquote replacement program for these boilers.
Yes, it would.
Is that a legitimate program? I mean, is that something that you guys have put together, much
Yes.
like you've done your roof program, or is this?
No, this is a cycle, right? We're
This
doing.
started in 2000. This will be the last elementary school to receive new boilers. The only remaining school will be Fairfield Ludlow High School that has 2 1971 boilers of the 3.
Okay.
And then
And it
they'll
would-
all be up to date.
And the thing is that,
And is the program 50 years? I'm sorry, Dr. Tom, I
well,
didn't mean to interrupt.
I kind of learned my lesson my first year here, because I thought 49 was a long time. And I said, let's put the Dwight boilers on for replacement. And the town didn't approve those, because obviously they thought 50 was a nice round number. And we brought them back the next year, and they got approved and replaced at 50. So I learned that evidently the town wants to see 50 out of the boilers. So we waited till these hit 50, and here they are. Now, if they fail before that, or they're just a big problem, and as part of our PM, you might remember, we replaced one of the ones at Fairfield Ward High School before 50 because it was just failure. So obviously, if failure comes before 50, we're not going to say, well, no. But if it's still going, once it hits 50, seems to me that you've gotten your money's worth.
And these are on a regular maintenance program, much like the
Yes.
the roofs? and,
Yes.
Boiler PM.
And that's how we discover whether they can make it, because they open the panel up and they go in there, and it's just like at your house.
Check all the tubes. The hot water boilers have 80 tubes in them. They have to check the tubes,
Okay.
all the seals.
And this is, you know, the same program with the dual fuel, with the day tank for the oil in case of a failure. Same thing we've done at the other schools since we started this program.
Do we have any questions on this? We'll go to Mrs. Cook-Littman.
Have there been any issues because of the boilers with disruptions for the students either during school time or aftercare?
Yes.
Yes, I just recently had on a Sunday afternoon, both starters went on both boilers. We called in an outside contractor to trip them out in the panel, and then our own in-house staff had to order 2 new starters and replace them.
And then I think it was either before or after that, we had a trouble after school, and one of the after-school programs had to, like, release the kids early because we lost the heat in the building at that time, right? So, and of course, you know, we're looking at maintenance expenses. These boilers aren't under any warranty. And so when we bring our own people in on a Sunday, we're paying them overtime. We're paying contractors a lot of money to come in. And
About how much have you spent annually on these boilers the last several years?
Including the PM, PM program is running about 35,000 for the district for all schools. That's just boiler PM, and then there's a treatment program for the water that goes in and out of them, so that
And they've got repair costs.
What are the repair costs of these
So-
boilers?
annually maybe $2,000 or $3,000. It's not real high, but
Our fear is,
yeah, we
you know,
can't
not the
have
$2,000 or
school-
$3,000, it's the risk of failure. You know, that would be my worry.
Go to Mr. Mottola.
So can you tell me if these boilers failed tomorrow, how long would it take you to put new boilers in?
Well, if it was an emergency, we may have to look at like a sectional system. that
Like
they
a
could get.
temporary type
Yeah.
system? Okay.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to put in what we're proposing, because these aren't on the shelf. They've got to be ordered and specified for a certain size, but you could get sectionals that are welded together. You'll pay more money. You'll pay a welder to come in and weld all the sections together, but they're available on a shelf. But that's still looking at 3 to 4 weeks.
We'd probably have to relocate the school, if it was the middle of the winter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Brown, and then I'll go to Mr. Walsh.
So why did the Board of Selectmen take them off? Or maybe Mr. Tetro can answer that question?
Good evening, Mr. Tetra.
Good evening. I think as we looked at, and the non-recurring was presented to the Board of Selectmen, it was started at $10 million, and we were looking for where we could trade things off.
I don't think the first selectman's mic is working either.
All right, how's this?
Better, thank you.
All right. The, we looked at a package of $5 million from Board of Ed, but also $5 million on the town side. We realized we had to look at where we could make some adjustments on that. $5 million, $10 million was just a higher number than I'd seen come through on non-recurring in the past. We knew that we had to fund, or were committed to funding the school security piece on the Board of Ed side. We had a $650,000 item for Ludlow Fields, where normally you'd sit there and say, hey, it's AstroTurf, we could get, or artificial turf, we could get one more year out of that. But the pictures were pretty compelling, and I was worried about that, and I can speak from my rationale, and I'll try and relate the Board of Selectmen's comments. But we were worried from a pure safety standpoint, that it looked bad enough. I'm surprised we're still using it. It's not something that came up overnight. I think the issue of the field, that should have been kind of addressed sooner. That's not something that gets that bad, and it gets tremendous amount of use both from the school system and other programs that use it outside of that. But because that had the risk, in my mind, of injury to students, that was something that had to be addressed right away. We then looked at the other items, and I don't think anybody was arguing that 50 years is way too young, that we've got at least 75 years in this boiler. I was around for the Dwight School discussion, and same type of thing came up. But of the things that you can put off, this seemed to be one of them. Now, the Board of Ed's non-recurring was 0 2 years ago, 1 million last year. I think one of the things we've been talking about is having a little bit better balance in that, so that we don't come up against a $5 million nugget all in 1 year when we have a couple of low years, that we need a little bit better balance. And in terms of looking at the capital plan, not only in terms of putting things off, because the Board of Ed has been very conscious and very good about, as we hit a cost overrun with either Osborne Hill or Riverfield, in terms of balancing that. But I think we also have to look at, do we move things up? And I think that that is one of the discussions we'll have from this point on.
Thank you, Mr. Tetra. Other questions from board members? Mr. Walsh, you good?
What has the traditional amount been for non-recurring for both town and Board of Ed for like the last 5 years? Average?
I think, is there a schedule there that shows that? I know we prepared one for the Board of Selectmen meeting. I don't know if it was included in your packet. And while you're looking for it, let me, the short form answer that. I don't remember anything higher than 5 million combined. And when it was 5 million, I think that included one of the pods for one of the elementary schools.
Because I thought we were trying to average around 2.
We had
And-
talked at one point when we did not have the capital plan and the waterfall chart as integrated as Mr. Mayor has brought it up to. Prior to that, we used approximations for what we were shooting for. Once we have that, since every single project, even the non-recurring ones, are included in the waterfall chart, we've been able to go back to kind of a single approach on that. So that we,
Yeah, Jim, since I've been here, I remember the very first year I was here, and the previous first selectman had put out some sort of a plan. He was using a $2 million figure for Board of Ed. We've tried to keep it somewhere between $1 million and $2 million, depending on what the needs are. We may have to bump things up and move things out depending on how they go. But, you know, we really were very, very cautious one year. I think it was actually last year, the year before. We were coming forward to the town bodies for a lot of money. Riverfield, I think we were asking for Ludlow High School. We were asking for Osborne Hill. It had gotten really big because of the PCBs that had sort of blown up on us. So we were in there asking for just a ton of bonding. And I think we just decided collectively to pull back on it because it was like, how many times are we going to go to this cookie jar on some of these things? So we've tried to vary it. We've also, you know, we do try to balance with the town whenever possible. And I think the security piece, it didn't come out of nowhere, but that's sort of in its own category. I don't know if that fits anywhere perfectly, but it's there and it's money. So we weren't sure how to treat security because it's sort of over the limit for capital non-recurring, but it's not a construction project. So that's sort of a wild card in all of this. But we've tried to be between $1 million and $2 million, depending on the year. That's sort of our target.
and I think that we were very much aware, and the discussion at the Board of Selectmen level definitely talked about where we are on Osborne Hill, where we are on Ludlow, and the $4 million additional costs there, what we just gone through on Riverfield in terms of costs we added on that program, as well as having to fund the school security, which we saw as a definite priority. So the question then becomes, where does everything else fit? And of that, what can you put off? Well, we couldn't put off school security. In our estimation, and based on our discussion, the Ludlow Field was a safety issue. You know, either we take it out of operation or we replace it. That's something else that perhaps could have come up sooner rather than waiting to this year to do that. And one of the, I think, one of the ongoing conversations, I think, between the town and Board of Ed, Dr. Tittle and myself and others, will be to how to balance some of this so we don't get caught with a $3 million security tab proposal coming in on top of the other pieces that were there. We were able to, this $3 million for school security was really over 2 years, so we're able to, okay, let's fund the first year, and we'll just fund the second year next year. That gives us 12 months to balance that against the rest of the capital plan.
And I agree. I mean, when I look at these, the public schools non-recurring projects budget, the 3.2 stands out, but I as well, like you, Dr. Tittle, look at that as being an anomaly,
Yes.
and where it is a proper fit. I mean, we could have just bonded it as a regular bond. We
Mm-hmm.
could have done we could have done,
Well,
had not
just
be
to
part of the
clear-
non-recurring.
Yeah, just to be clear, this is going to be bonded. And also, we did check with bond counsel today as to, because the question came up earlier today as to whether this could be added back in. And if I could just ask Mr. Mayor to relate back what he got back from bond counsel?
I'm on? I'm on, good, thanks. Hello. Apologies for my tardiness today. Had a colleague came in that was unexpected that had to be dealt with. There is a rule, I don't know if a rule is the right word, regulation, law, legislation, ordinance, that says that if there's a material change to a bond resolution, it has to go back to the Board of Selectmen where it originated. The material change is definitional. It's a little bit, I think as Mr. Flynn and I were discussing earlier today, the Board of Finance did, a couple years ago, added an auditorium to a school for a substantial sum of money. Now, that was to a project that was the renovation of the school, so it was related. This amount,
Did you specifically ask bond counsel about that today when you talked to him, or no?
I asked him about,
The example that I gave you about Woods.
well, I asked him a general question, not I didn't ask him about any specific issue. He used the example that if it's something, if it's related to what's in the resolution, then it could be, it could be subtracted from, added to, adjusted. He used the example of a fire pumper. If you wanted to spend, if there was a fire pumper in the bond resolution and you wanted to, enhance it, make it bigger, smaller, wider, more buttons, then that would be part of a resolution, and even if it was a significant amount of money, would not be considered a material change. But something that's not related to the resolution could be considered a material change.
But if it was, your example, Bob, if it was a fire pumper, and then we added on a hook and ladder, is that okay? So we're going to get two now.
I would think that would not be okay based upon the discussion I had.
Okay. But bond counsel did approve the example that Mr. Flynn gave you?
Yes, sir. When I say didn't approve it, I don't, no one questioned it, and it went through, it was passed. It was,
Bond counsel reviewed the bond.
but they review the bonds, and there was never anything said about it.
So they gave a legal opinion, since they were our legal counsel at the time, that it was permissible.
I don't know if I'd go that far. I was sitting on the Board of Finance, and I don't remember bond counsel being consulted at that time.
Don't we have bond counsel on all of these bond issues?
Well, where's
I mean,
bond?
we've got to get sign off before, we have legal counsel on every time we do a bond issue.
Yeah, I was not, I was on the Board of Finance at that point. I remember being part of that discussion. I remember the addition. I don't remember a question going to bond counsel.
Well, I think what Mr. Walsh is saying is that when the bonds are issued, the council is signing off, even though there's not a material letter at that time or specific letter about an issue, that they're reviewing it, and they're, by their acceptance and allowing the bond to go forward, they are giving it tacit approval.
They review the entire process to make sure
Correct.
everyone signed off on it. They dot every I and cross every T, and that's what they're being paid for.
Yeah,
So
just-
clearly, they looked at that. They looked at the approvals from the Board of Selectmen, this body,
Yep.
and the RTM.
And since I've been on this board, we've added things back into bond resolutions, specifically non-recurring resolutions in the past, as I recall. And where's bond counsel tonight?
Bond counsel wasn't invited this evening. This question came up earlier today. We invite bond counsel when we think there's an issue, or when we think there's, some complexity, when it's pretty straightforward, as I thought this was, we don't. So he doesn't come every time. Obviously, looking back in hindsight, it'd be nice to have him here right now.
I would say. Mrs. Leclerc, did you have, Mr. Walsh, before, did you have anything
I
further?
have some further questions about the Jennings boilers.
Okay, we'll go to Mrs. Leclerc on this issue.
Well, it's just, I just thought that was policy, that we always had bond counsel when we did bond resolutions. I know the last time we did do it because they weren't here, but we thought that was an exception, not the rule.
Correct? Agreed. Specifically on this night when we do non-recurring.
I'll take note.
Mr. Mottola?
So, being the new person here, I just want to figure out what you're all talking about. I think I understand it. The first question that I have is there, maybe I'm missing it, is there a bond resolution for the Board of Ed projects? The only thing I seem to have here is the turf.
There's these three bond resolutions, which are of three different lengths, 15 years, 20 years,
Okay.
and 5 years, encompass all the projects on both the town side and the Board of Ed side.
There's an Exhibit A that talks about each of the, what projects go for each.
All right, maybe I just didn't print that one off, but, and so, the question that you were just talking about is if this board wanted to add something back, the issue is, are we authorized to do that?
That is, I guess, the question right now, though it's never been a question that's been raised here in the past.
Okay. And the
I should not say never, since I've been on the board.
this board has added items
In the
for the
past.
bond resolution.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
And one other thing, and when we've done that, I think what Mr. Walsh was saying, bond counsel afterwards has reviewed everything, and by doing that, we are assuming that they are, for lack of a better term, ratifying what we did as being appropriate and legal. Was that your
What I
question?
understand, Bob, bond counsel looks at all levels of approval, so that before they have to give a legal opinion to the company that's getting the bond, that all levels of municipal approval were correct and proper.
And they
that
do
all
that.
steps were followed.
Right.
And they would have seen, I guess, at that point, that the Board of Selectmen may remove something, or took it as it was, and that the Board of Finance added something back.
Right.
And by their approval and giving a legal opinion on it, saying that all levels of municipal approval were proper, said that we followed the proper procedure. So the
Okay.
question is can we do it now, or if not, why not?
And so, so there's a question, Mr. Mayor, with respect to whether we can do that. I think that's where you're going with this. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I was asked the question today. I made inquiry of bond counsel, and I just, provided to you his response.
And what was his response again, just so I'm
That was
clear?
the whole pumper thing. No, if it's related, if it's related to the issue that's in the resolution, to the project in the resolution, then depending upon the dollar amount, it may become material or not.
Gotcha.
If it's not related, then it depends upon the item as opposed to the dollar amount. And the dollar amount on this is not, significant relative to the total resolution, but it's not a
Well, there's three
significant
different
dollar.
resolutions.
Well, this would be in the 15-year one,
Yeah. That's what I would guess.
yeah.
Mr. Tetra?
A couple of thoughts. One is that we have, over time, changed the way that we do non-recurring in terms of that we specifically list the projects. If you go back far enough, we didn't list out projects. We just put a batch of things together and said, to fund all this, a group of projects, we want to bond this much money, so it wasn't broken out. And as you remember in the past, that caused some issues on what I'll call the control side. Some of that money that we agreed to spend was appropriated to different projects than we thought it was. Second, we group things together in non-recurring and deal with them at one time because it's our custom, not because there's any requirement. We could literally do non-recurring every month of the year, as we did, or intended to do it, expanded a bit. But we took the Osborne Hill windows out of a non-recurring resolution at one point with the expressed intent of bringing them back as a separate project. That was before we discovered PCBs there. But the idea was to bring that back as a one-off, non-recurring project because we could get a building committee on it and get reimbursement for that.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, what time did you talk to bond counsel today?
If I could,
No,
Finish?
I want to answer the question. Mr. Mayor?
I think, what time did I come into your office? About noon, 1 o'clock? Noon, 1 o'clock.
Noon, 1 o'clock. Okay. Mr. Tetra?
was just going to propose that this is something, if it's the sense of the body of the Board of Finance, would like the Board of Selectmen to seriously consider this. It certainly is something that could come back before this board, or if it were something that could be added separately based on getting further definition from bonds counsel. Well, either way, if the Board of Selectmen brings it back, there is no issue. If there was was an issue, certainly it's something that could come back before this, it still wouldn't get done to the same timing, and it'd probably be part of the same bond resolution going out after that.
Okay. Mr. Becker. Thank you, Mr. Tetra.
And it was before my time on this board, but there was something at one point that this board initiated. I don't know if it then went to the Board of Selectmen before the RTM, but it's rarely done, but there is some ability to initiate. So if there's a question about this and being on this specific one, perhaps just basically create another bond that's almost identical with just that on there, and then have you ratify it if necessary. I don't even think it actually happened. I think it went from here to the RTM. I don't know if somebody else
Yeah,
remembers that, but I,
Different scenario if it's the one I'm thinking of. That wasn't
Yeah,
a capital project. So in general, this board, the Board of Finance, cannot initiate. However, I believe what you're talking about is the additional audit work or study that was asked about the Metro Center project. That went from here to the RTM.
Yep.
But that was in essence expanding a line item in the budget, taking contingency money over and doing that with, so it was kind of an operational thing. It was adding that money in to an existing line item is something that can be initiated here. Did I understand it?
I thought it was a bond. I don't remember the specifics. I more wanted to bring up.
I think we
But-
Go ahead, Ms.
split it and made it two different terms. So made one with a longer term and one with a shorter.
I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
I can't remember what it was, but I
Well,
think we took a bond
The
resolution.
only one I remember is
Split it
the,
into two time
Yeah,
periods.
That's the trucks. You
I remember
took the
that.
trucks out of a 20-year and made them 15-year, is the one I remember that might be what you're related to.
I'd say that's a material change.
It's a time change, same, but not an item change, but yes.
Material.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's, I don't want to editorialize here, but you can add it and we can see what happens. You can accept Mr. First Selectman's suggestion and bring it back to the Board of Selectmen next meeting.
I
Then.
appreciate that.
or
I don't
you
mind
can-
I don't mind the procedural discussion, and of course, I think this board wants to do things right. Assuming that there's even any sense of adding this back, which I don't know if the board has that sense. What I have to confess frustrates me is the fact that we typically do have bond counsel here. And I understand the comment of bond counsel's expensive, and maybe we don't want him here unless there's a question. But there was a question raised here, not by anyone from this board, because quite frankly, we didn't know that there was a thought that the procedure was wrong. But there was a question raised that was answered at between noon and 1 o'clock this afternoon, and I didn't get a phone call on this until 7:20 at night, when we were going to start this discussion. And not only didn't I get a phone call, bond counsel wasn't asked to come.
And had I called you earlier, you would have said, make sure bond counsel is there.
Yeah. I damn well should have, because now we're having a discussion that's 20 minutes long without the guy in the room, or the woman in the room. We might be wasting a lot of people's time. And quite frankly, you don't have me in a real good mood. We also might have wasted some public's time. I just think that's Bush League. But anyway. Go ahead, let's get on the topic, which is the boilers, I guess. Mr. Walsh?
Mr. Tetra, was this a unanimous vote to take this out?
I believe it was 2-1.
Who was the one?
Mr. Kiley, I believe.
Okay. My concern, I guess, on this item is hearing, and I know we're at the useful life end of it, is that hearing from Dr. Title and from Mr. Cullen, what would happen if something happened? And that we'd be getting a more expensive product that would have to be welded and stuff together. It would take 3 to 4 weeks, and that the kids would have to be moved to another school. That seems like that would have some dramatic expense that would go into it, including busing and all sorts of things and separations. We've done this before, right, Dr. Title, and where we put kids in all-purpose rooms and split them up, and
Fortunately, in my time, we haven't had to do it.
before you.
But it was before my time, you are correct.
So it would come with an expense to do that, correct?
Sure.
Any estimate on that?
Well, you'd have to transport everybody. We are running buses anyways, but, yeah, it would be, moving expenses, you'd have to move a bunch of stuff. The kids would have to be scattered. You couldn't say, oh, we're just going to put them in one school. Yeah, it would be a logistical nightmare to do that.
Okay.
No, I mean, it's suboptimal.
Yeah.
I brought this up this evening. I mean, we left it on here, on the assumption that if the Board of Finance wanted to put it in, I guess if that was not proper, then I would have just skipped the item. So I guess I was proceeding along as if you had the authority to add it back.
Well, it just concerns me that, and I understand what Mr. Tetra was saying, we're already at $10 million, and there's some sensitivity to that, which there is some sensitivity. I will say that $3.2 million is an aberration to me. It's an aberration. That's a completely separate item to me. I just look at it differently, the security, because you know what? The security alone is more than Dr. Title normally comes to us as a whole. So if I take that out, he's really at $2.2 million, approximately. And it's not like this is a $1.2 million matter, it's a $382,000 matter. And whether we put it on this year, whether we put it on next year in non-recurring, we're still going to be putting it on, it's just 1 year earlier, I guess.
Yeah, except that was not the discussion that revolved around school security just almost a year ago during the budget process.
Okay.
The instruction from this board is if you're going to add in those extra police officers, you better not come back asking us for any more money on that. So that's distinctly contradictory to what you're saying now, Mr. Walsh.
No,
Say
I don't
that
think
again.
I don't
Say that
understand where
again.
you're coming from.
The instructions to this group, to the Board of Selectmen, was if we're going to add in these police officers for school security, it better not cost us any more money. I'm not expecting to see an increase on that. That was a comment by you during last year's Board of Selectmen meeting.
Regarding infrastructure?
No.
That's what we're talking about, security infrastructure.
No, we're talking about security, period.
No, I'm talking about security
That's
infrastructure.
what you're talking about, but your
$3.2 million
comments,
number.
Mr. Walsh, last spring,
Okay.
were you better bring that budget back without any increase for the school security function. And
That's a completely different thing that's before us, because we're talking about security infrastructure.
it's all part of school security, sir.
What's before us tonight is security infrastructure. And you had told us that you were going to be coming back to us with a number for security infrastructure. That has nothing to do with the police overtime, adding police officers. That is labor. This is infrastructure.
It still costs, and it still goes in the budget.
Well, then you misunderstood what I was talking about, because I'm talking about now security infrastructure is completely separate. So, and my position, I think, is that we're talking about two boilers right now, and $382,000 on top of $10 million that you brought forward in this area, total, and got brought before us, is really not that big a deal, and I'm terrified that, God forbid something happens to these boilers, the expense of having to reroute this school for 4 weeks, is it worth putting this thing off for 1 year?
I have, I want to go back to some comments about last year's discussion, only because I want to be clear, because I actually, too, had the concern about the $10 million in total. And then I saw that the 3.2 million, in fact, myself and board member had this conversation earlier today. Last year, as we went through the process, budget process, and we'll recall we had the discussion relating to the security officers, right? For the school, the police. We also distinctly said, we need a separate proposal, and it needs to be a holistic approach to school infrastructure, to security infrastructure. Now, that came from the Board of Finance. I think the Board of Selectmen, though I don't want to speak to them, yes. We said we want a separate proposal for the infrastructure. And in fact, when we talked about that, we said if we did do a separate bonding resolution for school security infrastructure, right, the 160 that was in the budget for you guys doing something with school security, not everything, but it was cameras or something, you guys would actually put that towards the
Health.
internal service fund.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And we would look at a bonding of a school security package. And we had said, do it holistically. In fact, I know Chief McNamara and I had this discussion several times about a security plan for the schools as a whole that you guys were working in. And there was a working group. I know Chief McNamara was on it, Dr. Title was on it.
And
Mr.
I was
Tetra,
on
I
it.
don't know, you probably were on it as well.
Very definitely. My point was that was already part of the plan to put together that.
Get that, just let me, but let me finish. I think it's disingenuous of all of us Right, from our board, not from the Board of Selectmen. If I don't consider that security plan separate from the 10 million, I don't like the optics of it being part of the 10 million. And I would have proposed that it be brought forward at a separate time frame, so you could have the discussion exactly so it wouldn't get caught up in this. But I do think it is a separate plan on the school security infrastructure. And I do think, to be honest, as I remember, that's what we asked for, was a separate plan. I also think it was a very smart move by the Board of Selectmen to break that into two parts, because obviously you don't need the funding right away, and you're not going to get it all done right away. So putting it over 2 years and saying come back for the second part, that also made sense.
Well, what it did is match the funding to when the work was going to be done.
Agreed. And that's why I said it makes sense. But I'm just saying, I don't consider that, I understand the optics of the 10 million, but the 3.2, as I recall from this board, and talking about infrastructure and everything else, was that it was to be separate. And we even carved out that 160 and said, give that back if we do. And we talked about that at the last meeting when we discussed the internal service fund. So I just wanted to clarify that, because I had the same concern. But when I read it, I mean, did anybody else have a different thought?
But the issue, regardless of how many different proposals that comes into this board, it's still real money being real spent.
I don't disagree. Don't disagree. I
And
just
the-
consider it separate.
School security infrastructure piece wasn't adjusted, that was passed completely. So assuming that's agreed.
What do you mean it was passed completely?
The school infrastructure piece to be
The
done during
security
this year.
piece?
The security piece, yes.
What do you mean it was passed completely?
The full amount requested was passed
Okay.
of what was going to be done in the next calendar year.
In the calendar year.
Yeah.
Right.
So year
it's
one, year
what
two,
was,
because our non-recurring approach is to do it 1 year at a time.
but it wasn't 3.2 million.
Correct.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, just adjusted in timing.
Yep.
But what I'm saying, from a standpoint of school security, you know, assuming this board agrees with that, then that would move forward as is.
Any other questions, comments? Yes, Mr. Stone.
Getting back specifically to the boilers, there's two of them. So if one were to just die, can the school still operate?
Depends how cold it is. If it dies in May, yes. If it dies in January, no.
So the boilers, one boiler doesn't do one half the school and one the other half? I mean, I don't know how they're set up.
Now you're beyond my area of expertise. I just told you everything I know about boilers.
I only know solar systems.
Right.
Yeah, all the schools are set up that way. The elementary schools all have 2 boilers. On any given day, they need one. When we reach colder temperatures, both have to run to meet the needs of the school and occupants.
So if it was unless it was like a day like today, could the school run on one boiler, is what I'm saying?
No, most winter, they're both firing.
Both firing, okay. Is any of the money for that reimbursable, like the roofs?
No.
No,
No? Okay, and same with the turf, I assume?
not reimbursable.
Okay. And when these will be replaced this summer, if it's approved?
Yes.
The boilers will be replaced before heating season next year. I think we actually, there's a long lead time on these, which is why any delay, we bring these capital projects forward at a certain time because we have big lead times on some of these items. And so I'd be concerned about delaying approval of the boilers on that point, but those don't have to be done in the summer. We generally don't need the boilers in September.
Right.
They could be, I think we actually
But
have put them in.
these companies are busy. We like to get them to them as soon
I
as possible with
understand
the
that.
bid.
Yep.
So they can get it into the queue.
You know, My question was if one of them broke, could we somehow limp through?
Not in January.
No.
Okay.
Mr. Mottola.
So, just so I understand this, for the security infrastructure, the $3.2 million, that's being split over 2 years, is that correct? So is this the first year coming up now, or?
It would be split over 2 fiscal years.
So you're talking about right now for that 1.7, right?
Yes.
That's part of it. So why on this document here does it have the full amount of $3.2 million where it says Fairfield Public Schools 215, 216, capital non-recurring projects? For this, that year, it should be the 1.7, correct?
Which, I don't know what document you're
I don't
referring
know.
to.
I'm looking at this. It was,
That was the original proposal.
Yep.
okay.
That was our original, that was the full proposal.
You're looking at the table of contents from the booklet.
Right.
So you're not asking for 5 million and change for this?
Well, we
this
were asked to bring
year.
forward, as Mr. Flynn said, a comprehensive security proposal.
And that's what it's going to cost? I
That's what it's going to
understand
cost, but the money will be spent over 2
Okay.
years.
All right.
And so the Board of Selectmen asked us, you know, what do you need to do year one? We caucused, Chief, myself, Deputy Chief, Mr. Cullen, Mr. Morabito, and we laid out what we thought we'd get done in 1 year. Some of this could not be done in 1 year, even if you had the money.
Sure.
And therefore, we split it accordingly. It's not exactly 50%.
No,
But
it's
it's what we need
close.
to get it done. It does not eliminate any items from the project. It just was a question of how you wanted to approve the funding.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Becker? Let's try to keep it to the boilers, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, you know, going and looking at the total range that you had set out for the basically 1 million to 2 million range, it's 2.2 minus the reimbursements.
Correct.
It puts
So we
to
saw it as being in the
195
range. Yes.
If these are in there.
Correct.
And we have a lot of meetings, including the capital improvement, and a lot of agreements go between different boards, and ranges are set, and it was my understanding, and you can confirm, but that this full amount still kept the board within their overall goal. Yes, there were some very big projects that came out over the last few years, so you tried to reel it in during those years, but as you smooth out over that long period of time on the waterfall, with this full amount, still within the 1 to 2, which is a agreed-upon sort of range as well, you fit into all, you basically can check all the boxes and say you're where you want to be. So
That's how we
to
plan
me-
it out, and if you look at our schedule of non-recurring out into the next 10 years, which we've provided as part of our waterfall, you'll see they bounce around between $750 and $2 million. It really, you hit the 2 million when you have a roof. That's the problem. When you don't have a roof and you're just doing boilers or something else, then you generally are going to be in the lower amounts. But in a year you have to do a roof or part of a roof, that's what really gets you.
And one could argue a roof at 1.2 with the gross amount could have been broken out and sent to us totally separately anyways. I
Well,
mean, there's a couple different
it
routes,
requires a
but-
building committee, but, you know, again, we've sort of treated anything under a couple million to be non-recurring. That's never been an official
Yeah.
rule, but if a project goes over that amount, then really it becomes a building project and sort of comes in separately.
And at the end of the day, money's money, right? So. how-
Well, also, the roof has
mechanics
timing to it
needs
as
to be done,
well.
it needs
You
to be
know,
done.
if we're going to do a roof in the summer, we need approval soon. The reason we had that little committee to determine this process and to bring it forward now was that so we could get the work done in the summer, we would get these approvals by the board's pre-budget, pre-operating budget. And so the roof's in the same way, there's a lead time on the roof. And so that's why, even though, yeah, you could break it out as a separate project and bring it in May or June, but you wouldn't be able to do it
Yep.
for another year.
So for me, I guess later on when it gets to the motions and whatnot, we'll talk about the mechanics, but I'd like to see this happen. I think that it fits all of the, kind of the requirements where we've checked the boxes and it should be done. I can respect the Board of Selectmen's viewpoint and their efforts to drive it down. I have a different view, and at this level, it'd be nice if we can try to make that happen. So we'll get to that, for the motions, but thank you for answering those and clarifying. Yeah, thanks.
Do you want to move on to the turf field?
I just have one last. Sorry, one last boilers question. So it's sounding to me like no matter what, they're not being replaced this winter, correct?
They won't be replaced this winter. We
Okay.
have no money.
So, right, so if it doesn't get put back in for the bonding right now, are there other opportunities to secure bonding before next winter? Or is this like, because I'm new to the Board of Finance, so I'm just not clear when we would have a chance. Again, is this our one opportunity to make sure that next winter we have new boilers? Because, quite honestly, after hearing what you said about what would happen if they fail, I feel like, nervous about this winter. So I certainly want to make sure that the boilers are in for next winter.
Look, this is the safest way to do it. If it took another month, the risk you run is the lead time on these things is extensive. You're not in the queue. You may be into October. There's a risk in waiting.
Yeah, there's only a select few contractors that actually
Right.
work on boilers, and they
But-
plan their work for the summer.
But at the same time, we don't want to make a mistake and then have the whole thing fall apart in 3 months when somebody says, you didn't dot the i's and cross the t's, because by then it is too late. So that's your call. But I mean, we bring it forward now. The agreement is to bring these projects forward now because most Board of Ed projects do need to be done in the summer, and there's often a lead time on them. So that's the safest course of action. Were it to wait till March, would it still get replaced? It would get replaced at some point. We just don't know exactly when it would occur.
Okay. Mr. Becker, did you have a follow-up?
Well,
And then Mrs. Leclerc, I think.
and you can let me know if we want to do this when it gets to motions versus now, but it was always my understanding that you couldn't just take a couple $100,000 and bond it out in its own resolution at any point in time, that there was a reason for these smaller projects being lumped in when it came to the bonding, and some of it had to do, I think, with some of the bond expenses or the mechanics of how it was done. This is sort of like an omnibus type bonding method from what I remember the last time I asked about some mechanics. It was at the RTM level, but could we just, without it costing us any additional money in the bond or anything like that, just pull a bond, a month from now that's not connected to this for 300 grand? I mean, is that, or is it going to cost us more with the lawyers and the mechanics?
Minimally. No, basically, that's, I think Mr. Tetro pointed out earlier that we can, the Board of Selectmen and therefore the Board of Finance, the RTM, can initiate non-recurring from an ordinance perspective, from a charter perspective, from a legislative perspective, any time. So,
Say that again?
the Board of Selectmen can initiate a non-recurring capital request at any of their meetings, anytime during the year. So, to avoid any issues, I mean, as the chair and I were just discussing, there's two issues. There's the bonding issue, and then there's the author, who can authorize expenditure issues. And I just don't have the charter memorized enough to be able to respond to that question. But I think I heard the first selectman say that he'd be happy to entertain this back at the Board of Selectmen at the next meeting, which would just delay this a month if they voted on it, to approve it.
I'm more talking the costs, actually, the cost of doing the bond. Maybe Mr. Tetro
No,
knows where I'm
the
kinda
bond
headed, but-
itself, I mean, no, this would just be, the only cost would be, I would write the resolution, which, and these are fairly boilerplate, I have it on software. I would send it to Cleary, he would then tweak something that I goofed, and it would come back, and that would be
Does this get all, no
that would be
matter-
the only cost. And that would then get folded into our next issue in July.
Gotcha, because you're going to fold it in at the end of
Correct.
the day, no matter
Go ahead,
what.
Mr. Beck, if I can try and simplify that. The issue is, there are three components of the process. One is the approval of the authorization to spend, which is the bond resolution that is before you. The second is then actually doing the project or buying the product. And then the third is bonding it, because we basically approve it, then build it or buy it, then bond it. When we do a bond, all those things that are up get grouped together at that time. So we could have 20 of these $200,000 bonds, but they might all go into one bond out here when we actually go out to the market for the money. So one is the authorization. What Mr. Mayor's saying is the incremental cost might be the resolution itself, which ought to be pretty nominal. That's why we literally could do non-recurring every month of the year, get started on buying it,
Yeah.
moving it forward, and then we would bond it as we needed to bond it as we group things on the back end. So those are kind of, how we authorize it and how we bond it are separate decisions.
Perfect.
Okay, does that help?
Yeah, no, that answered where I wanted to see it go.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, let's, any other questions specific to boilers?
Oh,
Yeah, okay, Mrs.
real
Leclerc, I'm
quick.
sorry, I forgot.
and it's probably for Tom. Is in this little booklet on page 13, under long-range costs. It says that the upgrade is expected to have a 30-plus year life. We're replacing 50-year-old boilers. Will they last 50 years, or is there less of a life now?
Yeah, it's probably less of a life because of the newer equipment. I don't think we're going to see 50 or 60 years out of new boilers going in.
So we
They don't
should-
make them like they used to.
Okay,
I
so we
will-
should plan on that going forward, too.
I will
huh?
tell you that the burning of the natural gas, we've seen a big difference. It burns hotter and cleaner than the oil. We've been seeing much improvement in the chimneys and the flues and the breaching. So that's been a plus, a bonus.
Okay, and then it says that at today's oil prices will save like 8,000 or 5 to 8,000.
More energy efficient
Okay,
they are.
All set, Ms. LaFleur?
sure.
Mr. Walsh?
The dual fuel, we're still doing dual fuel in case one of the fuel, because gas is still cheaper, correct? Are you guys using oil at any of the places right now? At any of the schools?
Gas is still
It's going up.
cheaper.
Yep, it's still cheaper, although it went up, but
Yep.
we still have to do dual fuel if anything were to happen to the gas.
Yeah,
we'd have
gas
to do
line or
that
something like that.
boilers.
So we primarily do it for that reason, not because we expect.
No, if
Will
you
be
remember,
cheaper.
the town,
Yeah.
I just generally, I guess I'll say, the town made a decision maybe 3 years ago to go in this direction. So we did a big boiler replacement project as a non-recurring couple years ago, and we,
Fuel tank replacement.
fuel tank replacement.
No
So the-
more underground.
Right,
So
so-
5 of our schools have underground tanks right now. All the other schools have day tanks above ground.
Matter of fact, because this is such an interesting issue, we put a page in our budget book on the school, the boiler, what it burns, how long it's been in there, and the capacity of it all. So anybody really wants to dig into our boiler, we have a whole page in there of the situation. But realistically, I think the last equation I saw was that somewhere in the vicinity of $1.50 a gallon oil would be about the break-even point, given the current price in natural gas. That was Twig's latest message. So we're still, it's still more cost-effective to burn the natural gas, even though oil has dropped quite a bit.
That's it. Mr. Stone?
We're replacing 2 with 2, right?
No.
That's what I can't figure it out.
No, we're replacing 2 with
With
3.
three.
Yep.
Any other questions on this? Let's go on to the turf field, please.
All right, I want to grab a different folder.
It's in bad shape, we need to replace it. I'll expand a little on that. So a couple questions have come up, and I think we sent you some supplementary information about this. So there was a whole issue that was swirling around a news report several months ago that someone in Seattle had done a anecdotal study that the turf fields were unhealthy. We have been investigating that since. We sent you out information on that. The State Department of Public Health actually just came out with a recent report that said the type of field we're putting in is perfectly safe, it poses no health hazard. It's the same turf field that they just put in at Fairfield University, and that there's no risk to this. And in fact, the field we're putting in is actually safer than the one we're replacing because it's got more sponginess to it. So don't think there's been any verified studies, and our State Department of Public Health and our own health director are very confident that replacing the field with the one we're proposing poses no health risk to the public for its use. I just wanted to clear that up. We're also replacing the track. It's a 2-part project. There's some pictures in here of the track. This field and track get incredible amounts of use, not just by the school teams, but by the entire town. And Mr. Lombardo is here, and
We've had 3
he
different
can speak to that.
manufacturers tell us that with heavy use, we'd be lucky to get 8 to 10 years out of this field.
Type.
So it was put in 2003.
Right.
We're going
We were
on
reluctant to bring it forward, in part because it was going to be, hey, you just put this thing in, why we're replacing it? And they're really trying to stretch it out, but now, as you can see from the pictures, we're just not confident it can make it. So we accelerated this from where we originally were thinking. And the town use, the use of the town, the use of the school system on these fields, it's really a town resource as much as it is a school system resource. So that's, I think, why we want it replaced.
Questions on this? Mr. Mottola?
I can ditto what you say. That field is used, I think, by half the town of Fairfield, quite frankly. It's used all the time, not just by Board of Ed, but by many other groups and entities. It has to be replaced. If you look at it today, it doesn't even look like the grass field that you want these things, that they're supposed to look that way. You just see a lot of black on it. So the question I had when I was looking at the material is, so this is not technically bidded out because the Spin Turf Company is part of some type of a state-recognized organization that they guaranteed the lowest price for something like this? I mean, I'm looking at the page
No, the information we
24.
provided you was from Sprint Turf. It was one of the 3 manufacturers we called out. It will have to be bid.
It will.
Got
Yes.
to be written, a specification has to be drawn up, drawings, has to
Gotcha.
identify the lines we want. It gets bid out through the town process.
So Spin Turf may not be the one to win
Sprint
this
Turf
bid.
is pushing to get the work because they know we have 3 fields in town. If we were to lock in with them, they would provide a PM program for free, coming 8 times a year, and it's a Tips for Taps program they included. So
Yeah,
they're
that's what
trying to
I'm looking
entice
at.
us to, but I've told him numerous times it has to be bid.
Okay. All right, that's the question I had. Thank you.
Mr. Becker?
Yeah, I, not so much of a question, certainly can answer, rebut a little bit, but on my end, I have a problem with the turf field. I get the DPH study. I do think that there's a lot out there that raises a number of questions still. And where I start to get particularly concerned is when we talk about the millions of dollars that we've spent, millions at multiple sites, millions, dealing with the PCB issue. And in a number of those instances, it's been made very clear that it's an EPA thing that we have to deal with, yet there is no actual hazard in that situation. Things that are already encapsulated, things to deal with caulking in a situation at a level of school where no one's going to go near it. And we take care of it, and we do that. It's an EPA thing. We want to do the right thing to make sure there isn't an ounce of an issue. So I sort of feel like in this instance, we are expending funds to get ourselves potentially into something that at some stage may become an issue, and certainly expending funds when the issue's been pretty clearly raised. And I feel like we run around putting out fires all over so many of these buildings. It just seems kind of counterintuitive to go and do this. So for me, I'm not going to vote on this. I get that the field needs to be replaced in some capacity. If it was a different proposal, and if everyone agrees with me and this gets knocked down, by all means bring something back, because clearly something has to be done. And I don't disagree with that. But I think from a health perspective, too many things, and based on just the millions of dollars that, another thing is headed our way again, and more behind that, to try to mitigate these types of things. So on that end, I'm not comfortable with it. I don't have so much a question, because there isn't much you're probably going to say. I know, not in this particular town, but I know people personally who have been affected in their view by those fields, and before this presentation, I had a view on them. So, and I read through the DPH to try to swing it. I looked at all their numbers. I get where they're at, but it just, for me, I'm not there. And there's obviously other health concerns with injury and things like that as well, and that probably mounts even further. But I get that the field needs to be done, and so in my view, if it wasn't this, I would want to do something. So, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. Quick question for did you have something?
That's okay, go ahead. I'll
No, go right ahead.
Thank you. Along those lines, I'm just wondering, because I do have health concerns as well, and I'm an admitted health nut, so I will put that out there, but I know that some schools have started to replace the filling so that they're not using the old rubber tires anymore. That's the concern. So I'm actually just wondering if you have priced out at all what it would cost as you're replacing, I think from what I read, you're only replacing the top, not the filling.
Right, correct.
So have you priced out what it might cost to replace the filling while you're doing this with the more eco-friendly filling that doesn't have the same health concerns that the rubber tires do?
I looked into 3 different products. I did get some pricing on one of them. So what we're talking about is the base. The base, what they call it, is crumb rubber. It's the black little beads, chewed up tires and rubbers as a base. And then the top is the coating. We have a 30-ounce top now that was put in 12 years ago. The new ones have a 50-ounce top, so it's much more stronger and durable. They make a cork fill material. I did some research on it. It's used mostly in very, very hot zones because it's a cooler material. The black crumb rubber gets hot from the sun shining on it. So Arizona, California, Florida, Texas uses some of those. The increase would be you now have to remove the whole base on the whole field because you're removing the black crumb rubber, and then you have to come in and put in the new cork filling, which is a little more money. We've got prices of around $237,500 just to do the removal of the crumb rubber and put in the cork. So that would be added to the cost now of this proposal. This proposal only has about $30,000 in it to infill once they remove the old field. They roll up the old field like a carpet. They look at the base, fill in and level it in certain areas, and then put down the new. I then looked into a synthetic material that's used up in Canada. Couldn't find a lot of information about it in the United States. So we didn't pursue that anymore. We did some research to find out in the tri-state area what schools are putting in, and most of them are putting the crumb rubber. Fairfield University just finished theirs and did the crumb rubber again. And based on the information we had from the Connecticut State Department of Health, we felt that that was the way to go.
Thank you.
All set? Couple questions. What utilization, what percentage of the time does the school district use it versus the other groups?
Well, I don't know. Maybe Mr. Lombardo would like to comment on the town use of it, because I really don't have that. I know that it gets used more than the ward field because the ward has a restriction on the evening use that he informed me about that I was not aware of. So, I don't know. Jerry, can you? And you have Dave Schultz here also. And you have Dave here, so
Please come on up.
come on up
Welcome.
and I'll take a break.
Watch it, Mr. Schultz. That seat's hot.
Good evening. I'll let Dave answer that first question regarding the school usage, and then I'll speak to the town usage and some other questions.
Okay.
Our usage is both with physical education classes during the school day, along with our after-school programs. It is our only game field, so all of our varsity field hockey, soccer, boys and girls, football, boys and girls lacrosse are all played, all their games are played on that field. So we start right at 2:30 and we finish up each night around 9 o'clock with either practices or games.
Okay. Mr. Lombardo?
The town uses the field for all of our youth programs. This facility is used greater than any other field in town, the number of hours per day. I think we have to remember that when we built the two high schools, we lost field space. And I had my staff put together some numbers. Obviously, the turf field provides more hours of play. That's the greatest benefit that we get from a turf product. With the lights, the ratio is even greater. Okay. Unfortunately, at Ward, there's a limitation on the number of hours that the lights can be on up there. At Ludlow, because of the location, there isn't any. Ludlow, if we didn't have the turf field, Ludlow High School would need 2 town fields for their school facilities. Right now, they don't have enough space or playing time on their property. They use all of our town fields from 2:30 in the afternoon till, well, 5. If they're JV sports, we have them get off by 4:30 or 5 o'clock, whenever our programs start. Varsity, we let them stay and finish their games. We don't have any land to build more fields. With the amount of use, if we were to put grass on this facility, okay, the youth groups wouldn't have as much access because the condition of the field between football, soccer, lacrosse, and field hockey would destroy the field, just on their own usage, let alone, you know, the facilities, the number of sports activities that we put on there. The other thing is the cancellations. They play in all weather because it drains, okay, without any damage to the facility. These are the biggest benefits of having a turf field. We are all conscious of the idea of, we're concerned about the health factors. If we don't replace this, our youngsters that are on travel teams and the high school that are playing are still going to be playing on artificial turf in other communities, because all other communities are putting in artificial turf with the crumb rubber. Norwalk is in the process right now of putting in 2 at their high schools and in the parks. Okay, they're building them, or they're going out to bid. Everybody's putting them in. We did this when we built the 2 high schools, and then when we did Tomlinson, we did it to create more playing space, because we just don't have expansion field land to build more fields.
Okay, with you two gentlemen here who deal with athletes all the time, young and old, what is the data that tells us that these fields are they better orthopedically for our athletes? And we talked about the cancer risks and all that. What have we found from an injury standpoint for our athletes before we spend a ton of money?
It's safer. When you play on, we use our grass fields behind the middle school for our sub-varsity, Sturgis Park, down at Old Dam Road. And when your fields are uneven and the grass, you know, tends to have spots where there's lips, et cetera, you get much more injuries. You really do have limited injuries caused by the turf itself, as far as catching your foot in it, et cetera.
And we have studies that back that up, and we have, and we've seen it ourselves in our own history
Correct.
of injuries. Mr. Mottola?
Just a quick question. Is the restriction at Ward a zoning issue?
I believe so. I believe it was,
Well, I can speak on it. I was there.
Okay.
Been around a while. It was a deal made with the neighbors directly behind the home bleacher. That at that point back in early '80s, that they would limit to, I believe it was 15 nights per year. I don't know, where that is now as far as still being, held to, but that was kind of like the deal that they put in.
I mean, it might be worth looking into that again, because the Ward Field's a good field. It's in great shape. And obviously, the reason why it's in really good shape is it doesn't get as much use as the Ludlow Field. And if there's a way we can more equitably distribute the playing time, I think that's something we need to look into. And maybe we can do that. And I think we'd save some money in the long run, because the field wouldn't get as much use. So I suggest that we look into that.
Thank you, Mr. Mottola. Follow up on that. Are these fields on a quote-unquote maintenance program themselves?
Yes, there's little maintenance that has to be done. We have what we call a groomer. There's 2 machines we have. One's a sweeper, one's a groomer. The groomer is done 3 to 4 times a year. It's a heavy brush that goes into it and brings the rubber back up to the surface. You just make sure you do it with the seams, and you go back and forth. It brings it back up. And then the leaf machine, it's kind of like you see behind tractors at home that just pick up all the garbage. And that's really all that has to be done to it. The field we had this year, or this time that was put in, unfortunately had a bunch of seam rips that was done by a glue problem when it was originally put in. Sprint Turf did come back for 10 years, and anytime I asked them to, which was twice a year, to fix those, and then I tried to fix the other ones myself as best I could.
Thank you. Any other questions on this? All right, seeing none, we're done with this, and I'm going to, gentlemen, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Been waiting for this opportunity.
Yes. Can I entertain a motion to, go ahead, Mr. Brown?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we go into private executive session to discuss security infrastructure.
Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? We're just going to leave and go out back to the superintendent's conference room. I'd ask the superintendent, the chief of police, first selectman, happy to join us, and if they have one representative, if the chairman of the Board of Education come, I can't allow more than that. We can't bring in.
Adjourn?
No.
Okay. Motion to come back to public session?
Do I have a second? Mr. Walsh, all in favor? Those opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Thanks for your indulgence of our time away to discuss security matters, and thank you for the presentation. We're now going to come back to the board. That is the end of the school part of the non-recurring. At this point, just given the lateness of the hour, and then we have some members of the public in attendance, I'll just open it up briefly for if any member of the public would like to comment on the school-related items. Feel free. You can come up to one of the microphones, just introduce yourselves, and keep your comments brief. Anyone? All right. Seeing none, we'll go to the town side requests. And who will be presenting for the town side? Is Mr. Tetro back? I guess so. Do you know where Mr. Mayor is? Huh? Okay, so we don't have any non-recurring for the town. I love it when a plan comes together. Okay. Can someone go track down our first selectman and our CFO, please? Hey, Caitlin, do we have a listing of the,
Do you want to start with the bunkers? Jerry's here.
yeah, okay. Let's start with the golf bunkers. Mr. Lombardo, can you come on up? You know what? Caitlin, do you have the, for these items?
Yeah, you don't have it?
I don't, they weren't in the package.
Yeah, they were.
No Mr. Grace?
He was here.
I saw him here. I saw him here.
Yeah, he had another engagement to attend.
Oh, well, I'd like to know where that is, Jerry, because I'd like to join him wherever he is.
Who's
It's the men's club's annual banquet.
All right. Come on, no laughing. This is a Board of Finance meeting.
The better place
Let's
than
go.
here.
Mr. Lombardo,
Thank you.
please talk.
We're asking, and I believe you have the packet in front of you, is the continuation of our 10-year program of renovating the infrastructure on the golf course. We've put away $100,000 each year and to rectify the drainage, the bunkers, tees, and basically that's where we're at, is trying to improve the infrastructure of the golf course, of the, so that we can enhance the play and, weather permitting, draw more revenue. It's, our courses are,
What year are we in of this plan, Mr.
I
Lombardo?
believe it's fifth year.
Fifth year?
The fifth year of the plan.
So we're in the fifth year right now, and what we would
This
be
would be the
approving?
fifth, I believe it.
This would be the fifth year. Okay, we're not as far as long as I thought. Does anybody have any questions on this item at this point? Okay.
Well,
Go ahead, Mr. Walsh.
have you been noticing changes, Jerry?
The changes?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And the public has.
Yes.
The golfing players. I mean,
Mhm.
just the drainage improvements alone
Yep.
in the fairways. We've been able to get more cart play.
Hmm?
We saw our revenues going up, but in the last 2 seasons with the inclement weather.
Yeah.
You know, if we lose a day of play, we lose close to, you know, a weekend cost us about $20,000
Wow.
in lost revenue.
Any other questions on this item? Okay, thank you, Mr. Lombardo. We'll go, who's here from,
We have fire, too.
DPW.
We have
Yeah,
fire
we
really
do.
quick, if you want to do
oh,
that
okay,
first.
do them?
thank you. Let's do the fire.
Sorry, Scott.
Think you'd move further back. Stay quiet.
Mr. Bartlett, you're now on at midnight. All right. Good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Welcome. Assistant Chief Sherwood from the Fire Department.
Thank you,
We
Chief.
are requesting a new pumper for $600,000. We're replacing a 20-year-old pumper.
Okay. Now, this, as I recall, was this brought forward in an earlier year as well?
Last year, we did a complete presentation on this pumper. We were actually last year hoping to replace the ladder truck and the pumper. We pushed the pumper off to this year. Both pieces are 20 years old.
Okay. How many miles on this piece? I know that's not all the,
Right now, the road miles on it is 117,000 road miles. We anticipate, because of the lead time to replace the truck, it'll be approximately 130,000 miles by the time we actually take delivery of the new apparatus.
and what does that equate to, and what do you measure, service hours or runs?
When the truck is actually in pump gear, as we call it, when we're actually using it for firefighting purposes, the components of the truck are engaged. We would look at that as about 750,000 road miles to equate it to a typical over-the-road truck.
Okay. Do you have questions from board members on this? Mr. Walsh?
Can you tell us a little bit about the current pumper that you want to replace? Is it being in repair a lot more? Are things leaking? I mean, tell me about the current apparatus that it's going to replace.
The current apparatus we're replacing is 20 years old.
Yeah.
This past year, we had over 369 hours of repair time that was completed just on that piece of equipment alone. The truck itself is no longer manufactured, so anytime we have a problem with the truck, such as we have a problem with the cab, we have to have equipment specially fabricated for it. The manufacturer's no longer in business. We've had safety issues with this truck where we've had actually the wheel lugs break on the truck. The steering box almost came out of the truck once. It's way past its useful life at 20 years old. The anticipated frontline use of any fire apparatus is 12 years, and clearly we're way past that with this truck.
And what would be the plan for that apparatus if we got this new pumper truck?
What we will do with that truck, we actually, when we purchased that truck, we have a sister to that truck that's also 20 years old that we're using as a spare. We have some space challenges at the Southport Fire Station that we're working through, and we're developing plans to try to figure out how, going forward, we can best meet the needs of that community and fit fire trucks in there. We would keep that truck as a last-minute kind of reserve truck because its value as sale is just really scrap metal. So we would keep that in reserve, so if the truck that we purchased to go in that building, which is going to be a relatively unique-sized truck, has to go out for service as they do, we would be able to use this truck or actually its sister to go in there as a spare while we anticipate hopefully that building gets expanded at some point.
Okay.
Mr. Mottola?
So the new pumper truck, it will or will not fit in the Southport station?
What our plan is, we certainly would hope to see that building somewhat renovated at some point to better fit our current apparatus design. However, we recognize that the challenge of that happening over the next 15 months, let's say, the odds of that happening are very slim. So what we would do is we would modify our current specification of the last two trucks that we purchased, which are identical, to fit into that station. That station is extremely tight now. You can just about walk in front of the truck to the garage door. Once we put this modified new truck in there, it's even going to be tighter. So in other words, it's not going to eliminate the problem, but I can assure you we're not going to buy a truck that doesn't fit in the building either.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Mrs. Leclerc?
What is the estimated life of the new truck? Is it
With fire trucks, we prefer to try to run them 12 years frontline and 12 years in reserve status. When they're in reserve status, effectively, they have to perform as a frontline truck because when a truck's out for service, they go in out. What we're finding, and I think this is industry-wide, whether it's fire trucks or any other kind of over-the-road vehicle, the life expectancy of these trucks is not what it used to be, mainly because of the mechanical components as far as they're all computerized, all electronics, and the road treatments are really taking a toll on the trucks. So we anticipate frontline 12 years and another 12 years as reserve.
So you're blaming that on Mr. Bartlett, it sounds like.
Not at all blaming that. Mr. Bartlett and his crew do a tremendous job. We deeply appreciate their efforts.
Anybody else? All right, thank you very much. We appreciate your time tonight. And now we'll skip on the agenda. No, I'm kidding. We'll call up DPW. I know they're anxious to come. Come on up, gentlemen. Before you start, I think we should, and it goes for police and fire as well, but we ought to thank you for your efforts during the storms. There's a lot of hard work and effort that goes in. It's not easy. We also know you have several more difficult days coming up ahead, so appreciate your efforts and hope you don't take out my mailbox when you're So why don't we start, I know we also have representation from the library, so why don't we start with the library and we'll work down. I don't know if you gentlemen have this document. That's
Yes, we do.
okay, so let's go down in order of this just for simplicity's sake.
Okay.
So feel free.
Good. Joseph Michelangelo, Director of Public Works, and I have several members of the department with me. Scott Bartlett, Ed Bowman, and Bill Hurley, so I'll defer to them to get into the more detailed descriptions of each of these projects. So the first one is the main library HVAC project, request for $250,000, which I'll let Mr. Bowman explain the details. And as you said, Karen Ronald is here if we need to know some of the, the current operational difficulties they have with the HVAC.
Yes, the two rooftop units are failing badly, even though they're only 10 years old. And the reason for that is the quality of the rooftop units was not the best when it was installed. It was value engineered down to something what it should not have been. As a result, they both have to be, they were never high efficiency units, so we need to put in high efficiency units with VFDs to control the airflow and economize or utilize outside air for cooling when possible. We're also going to replace the variable air volume VAV heating and cooling system with a VVT system. This system maintains static pressure in the ductwork with a variable frequency driver bypass damper. That system doesn't maintain 55-degree discharge, and it can be in either heat mode or cool mode, which whatever it needs to maintain the temperature in the space. Because it does not pump air continuously, it saves on electricity tremendously. Because it closes, every room becomes a zone. All new ductwork was also needed because the ductwork itself wasn't able to serve the spaces properly that were put in that building. So part of the building would be heated, and the other part, especially the administrative part, would stay cold. It just was not capable of serving the space that was designed to be served. So that we will put new ductwork in there as needed. And also some plug power controls that automatically shut off all the plugged equipment at a preset time and turns them on again at another preset time. So all computers, everything would be shut off at, say, 11 o'clock at night and then restart again at 6 o'clock in the morning. And something like 20% of the building's electricity use is from plug power, and that's not being controlled now. So, and energy, so-called energy dashboard, which is a wireless control system for the whole building, for the heating, air conditioning, for lighting, for the plug load, for everything, as well as it gives you readouts on all the equipment. You can see when things are starting to go wrong ahead of time just by glancing at a screen. It shows you when your rooftop units, your other HVAC equipment is starting to fail before it fails, and you can fix it ahead of time. So, and then the supplemental boiler, which was not replaced when the library was built 10 years ago. It's probably about a 50-year-old boiler also, and that would be replaced as part of this project. Again, part of the project is the UI money we've been getting all the time, energy opportunity money. and we get $125,000 from Energy Opportunity, and we're looking for $250,000 of town money to supplement that. We don't need to appropriate the whole amount, only the $250,000. So that's it. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Do we have questions on this item? Mr. Walsh?
Well, I don't want to be a dead horse. I think this came up during the capital projects meeting that we had talking about this upcoming air conditioning system. But Mr. Bowman, for the first time, I guess you explained why this system's now failed after only 10 years. Is that it was value engineered down, meaning they tried to save costs?
Try to save money, right?
Is that because the building, do you know why?
Well, we weren't, the Public Works was not involved with that building committee, and since then, the RTM, we asked the RTM, we will be involved with any building committee in the future, so that we can have a say into what's going into these buildings. It apparently was designed properly and then value engineered down. We talked to the contractors, and they were involved all afterwards. We realized it just wasn't built to spec. I mean, we already put a $177,000 lighting project in there.
Mm-hmm.
UI paid for that too, but, so 5 years ago we did that. I mean, and we put other money into this project too, just to keep it running.
How long should this have lasted?
20 years.
20 years.
So we had half the useful life out of it. Do you know how much they saved by value engineering?
I don't, again,
I
we
know
weren't
you
part of
were
it till after
involved.
the fact, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you know of with this building that was value engineered out other than what you've already found?
Oh, yes, lots of things, but were problems. When they did,
I'm feeling
more
real
good
good
news.
now.
You want a lot of them, was fixed. The control system didn't work. We were involved. We had a Johnson control system in there. They replaced part of the building with another system. It didn't talk to Johnson control. As a result, the systems didn't work together. We tried to get involved in, and they just wouldn't listen to it. So consequently, it never really worked right. Now that's why we're replacing the control system also. They didn't put humidifiers in the building when it first opened, and they couldn't control the humidity. When the tabletops, they had to wipe them down to use them. Magazines were curling. Before the building opened, there was a fire in the electric box, and the computer room, or the reading room, the lab, they didn't air condition. We had to go in and re-air condition it. They put a little air conditioning in. We had to go. Public Works had to go back and fix that. And there's a dozen more. I kept my notes. I got a whole bunch of things that happened there.
Are there any
years
more
ago.
things that you're going to be coming forward for more money for in the?
Well, I can see that, these other rooftop units are going to fail before 20 years, but they're working all right now. Our maintenance people have been able to keep the smaller ones going better, and they won't get 20 years out of it, maybe 15 or 16, but nothing immediate anyway. So.
Any other questions? No one wants to uncover any more good news on this? Mr. Stone?
Just out of curiosity, who is in charge?
Building committee.
Building committee.
Building committee?
Yes.
I mean, in my mind, you can't really blame a building committee. They have a design engineer and design architect who does one thing. The value engineer gets it and says, we'll save money if you do it this way. The building committee are, they're not
Stuck in the
professionals.
middle, right.
Yeah. So it's really the value engineer.
Thank you for making that point. Any other questions on this? All right. Thank you, Mr. Bowman.
Okay.
On this item, we'll go to the Valley Road Bridge.
Okay. Valley Road Bridge is on the upper reaches of Brooklawn Parkway, where Brooklawn Parkway meets Valley Road. Old bridge with double barrel there. We've done a conceptual design. We've had public meeting, public input. We're selected a consultant design. This is the stage to get us from the conceptual design to final design. As you see, there's 80% of state federal funding involved, so the town is responsible for 20%. Likewise, when we go to construction phase, probably in 18 months, we anticipate the same 80-20 split. The bridge is old, deteriorating. Besides the structural thing, it has poor geometry. It has basically right angles on all four sides to approach it, so this is will improve the structural aspects of the bridge itself, the hydraulics under it, and the road geometry navigating the roads around it. And Bill Hurley, our engineering manager, is also here for more specific questions.
Okay. Questions on this? Can I ask you general questions on our bridge? So we get ratings on our bridges, correct?
The state rates all bridges over 20 feet. They rate them biannually, I believe.
That's as I remembered. I would assume you're taking these bridges in order of need, so the more poorly rated bridges are coming before us for projects first?
Correct, and and once again, hopefully they all deteriorate, so when you...
Hopefully they all deteriorate?
Hopefully they all deteriorate
At the rate,
at the rate you want them to. So every 2 years when you get the report, hopefully there's nothing that comes in that report that's shocking or that you didn't expect coming down the line. And sometimes there's something that is pointed out.
When happened, yeah.
Minor in-house repairs could take care of it. But yes, they're monitoring, and hopefully you see them, progress the way you expect them to.
Yeah, to add to that, Valley Road was constructed, the original portion of the bridge was constructed in 1930, and the other bridge, Commerce Drive Bridge that we'll be talking about later, was constructed in 1929. The Mill Plain Road Bridge and Merritt Street bridges, they were around 1930, so the answer would be yes. We'd grade them. The most critical ones would be the ones that we'd go to repair. On occasion, if there's grant opportunity for a specific bridge, or we hear
Something going
rumblings, then maybe it will hop, on our priority list. But for the most part, we get the biannual reports, and the ones that are in poor shape, and Valley Road has been listed in poor shape since 2000, we get now annual reports. And the state has said that, if we don't do something about them soon, that they might even be charging us for the inspections that they do, because they should be done every other year.
Got it. Any other questions on this? Mr. Mottola?
So, speaking about that, we're doing Duck Farm Road now soon, right? Isn't that up next?
That's the one that's going to be in design correctly.
In design, okay.
So, that's probably, I think that's a year out as far as the construction schedule for that, so.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? All right, let's go on to the next one.
If we could, maybe we'll
Go to
switch to Commerce Drive
Yeah, we can do
Bridge,
the other bridge.
since we're on the bridge mode.
That's fine.
Commerce Drive is on the Bridgeport Town Line, so that $200,000 represents 50% of the cost. So this would be a shared project between Bridgeport and Trumbull.
Fairfield.
Fairfield. Between Bridgeport and Fairfield. This is not eligible for the federal program, the 80-20 split. So you see it's eligible for a couple different programs, state programs and/or a LOTSIP type program. So right now we've estimated that at 50%. We'll probably have Bridgeport take the lead because there may be some funding advantages to having them take the lead, but they will have to appropriate a similar amount. We'd split 50-50 on design, 50-50 on construction. And this is a larger bridge, much wider span, so that's why you see the cost is reflected differently. And, there's the...
And again, this is an 86-year-old bridge, is this the?
Yeah, 1929, yep.
I did that math really quick.
I know.
You have to be impressed with it. Okay. Any questions, comments? Mr. Walsh?
How does it work if we appropriate the money and Bridgeport, with their financial stresses, does not?
Well,
We just don't fund it? You have the money and you just wait for them to appropriate their portion?
we'll wait for them, and once again, they're going through the same procedure. But yeah, if for some reason they are not able to obtain the funding, we would take a step back and try to time it differently for when they do obtain the funding. So yeah, there's always a coordination issue whenever there's multiple towns involved. So
if they don't do it this year, what happens to those funds? Do they stay, you can have use for them until you need them, or you're going to have to come back to us?
We'd leave it up to the board. You know, I'm comfortable leaving those funds until a time if the Board of Finance is not comfortable with that and wants to, do a sunset on it, or ask
Treat it as a carryover, like?
ask us to come back again, whatever the preference is. But we're going through this procedure now because we're hopefully we'll both get approvals from our boards and we could go forward to it. If one of us has a hiccup, we will have to address that.
Yeah, Mike's behind you.
Mr. Tetra?
On the capital projects, that's not really tied into the annual budget schedule. It's not an annual line item. So if we don't spend a line item on June 30th, it goes into surplus. It's not around. If we don't spend it by the end of the year, we have to get that item reapproved to adjust those funds. In this case, like any capital project, if there were a delay, as we've seen in some of our school projects with the recent EPA approvals that had significant delays in that, that was still eligible to be spent. So basically, what we're doing here is giving the town authorization to spend the money and authorization to bond it when it's appropriate. But as Joe said, we wouldn't spend anything till we had the funding put together on both sides.
So we'd bond the money and we'd just put it in the general fund?
No, we would not spend it and we would not bond it. We basically approve it, then build it or spend it, then bond it as the third step. So in this case, we'd have the authorization, but we wouldn't spend anything until we had the appropriate authorization on the other side, and we could do the bridge fully, completely as a joint effort.
So we wouldn't bond it until they authorized it as well?
We wouldn't bond it till the bridge was done.
Okay.
And most likely, we'd be back to you anyway because of the process of, we'd have to get agreements and all that process before we even get started.
All right, now given it's a bridge, I can't imagine it not going forward at some point in the next couple years. But let's say this was kind of not a bridge project and not something that had to be done. At some point, we'd come back and say, look, we're not going down that road, we're not doing that project, there's another solution, so we just take that authorization away, because that authorization stays on our financial statements. So at some point, we'd want to take that away so it's not on, even if we don't spend it, the authorization to spend is there, so at some point, we'd want to take that off. In this case, it's a bridge, and it's obviously a major public safety issue and would have to be done.
The other thing is, we are in constant dialogue with the city of Bridgeport, and namely the engineering department. We have worked together with the city of Bridgeport on Park Avenue and Goulding intersection about a decade ago, and more recently, the bridge by BJ's there, the Brewster Street or Black Rock Turnpike Bridge, we did share with Bridgeport without any incident. So.
Did you say we would have Bridgeport manage the project, or would we be managing?
Well, we'd be co-managers on it, but they would technically be the lead agency. There's some advantages, and once again, this is to be ironed out, but there might be some advantages as far as the reimbursement percentage and having Bridgeport be the lead agency.
Okay. So we would have input on everything the work that's done and the costs incurred? Okay.
Yeah, the only way we'd be the lead agency is if for some reason it fit our needs and Bridgeport gave it to us. Otherwise, we'd be, we're basically equal partners on it.
Any other questions on this item? All right, seeing none, on to the next.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll go to the two vehicles now, and the first one is a six-wheel asphalt truck. So this is a conventional dump truck type chassis. The heart and soul of our vehicle, we have about 25 of them. Instead of having a regular dump body on this is built specifically with a asphalt type body to properly convey the asphalt out from the body to the ground. This way you have no segregation, you keep it at a good temperature, specifically designed for that. The truck would also be used for plowing, so it'll look like a regular dump truck, except it has a special body on the back for hauling asphalt. So we have probably about four of these. So, and we have a lot of our other ones have dump bodies, either all season or drop-in. We have some of them with the almost like rollover container. So we have about 25 of these trucks, which we make the body specifically for the purposes. So once again, this is the heart and soul of our fleet, which is the workhorse of our fleet.
Questions from board members? I'm going to save my questions. I want to talk about both trucks at the same time. Can we go on to the next one if there's no questions on this? Do you have a question on this one, Mr. Becker?
Do you want it on the mechanics or the specifics? I have something
Go
for the
for
first
it.
selectman. You want me to?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, it's been a couple of months, but you guys were here, and we talked about the whole schedule of the replacement. At that time, there was a discussion about moving this, that we were doing the catch-up bonding, but we were looking to move this really into the budget, and there was a figure of around 600,000, I think was where we worked out as a kind of a per year where we'd want to be. So I'm looking at the amounts that we're at right now after, I think there were some reductions by the Board of Selectmen. We sit at 404. So am I to assume that the first, we had talked about some phasing happening, that the first approximately 200,000 of that is now going to be in the budget? Is there kind of a, where are we at with that plan? Because I only see 400 and, see where I'm headed?
Yes, what, the basic line was to go through this and see, frankly, since we've had some discussions over whether these are bonded or not, we're obviously trying to play catch-up, as you saw from the plan. And so based on what is approved by the boards at this point, will in part determine how we address the operating budget part of that. So we're looking at doing a balance or a mix of those.
Yeah, which is what we talked about. But, so at least on my end, I mean, it's your budget to present ultimately, but from what we talked about here, I'd like to hopefully see that phasing start this year. Obviously, we're doing less of a catch-up, so if we really want to do the catch-up the right way, they probably need to be closer to 6. So with some of the takedowns that have happened already, they're only getting 2 trucks otherwise, so.
That's all part of the trade-offs that go on with the budget, but your points are well taken.
Okay, thank you.
So following up on that, just as, because Mr. Becker raised it, so the goal here is going to be to move this over a period of years into the operating budget after we've got caught up, is that correct?
Yes, I mean, as we've done with other issues,
Paving
and I'll
and
take
other things.
paving.
Yep.
The idea is to phase it into the operating budget.
Yep.
And using the paving example, obviously, we've had some difficulty in doing that in terms of how quick that ramp-up works and how fast
Yep.
we move to that. So we're definitely behind. We're catching up from a number of issues of not fully funding the maintenance issue, or the replacement issues on this. So the idea is to get us used to doing that, use some of the non-recurring and some of the operating budget, so it's not a big tax hit all at one time.
What's the period of years that you guys are planning on the phase in? I can't recall. I remember seeing the schedule. There was just a regular replacement
There was
schedule in the fall.
What you saw was a replacement schedule?
Correct.
Not a replacement plan, I would say.
Correct.
So the idea was that was discussed based on need.
Yep.
And the second question becomes, how does that work into the budget? Part of that's what DPW needs.
Yep.
And obviously, part of that is what we're doing elsewhere.
But this, I can be assured, is part of a plan that over a period of years, these will be more so included in the proposed operating plan and pulled out of.
Because unlike the fire engine, let's say, we've
Yep.
had extensive discussions there, the fire engines or fire vehicles come up every so often, so it's
Yeah,
not
these are
an
more
annual process.
routine.
This
Yep.
is more part of an annual process, so at some point, and again, I'll go back to paving, as much as you could, capital bond, and we've had this discussion before, so, but I'll just reference it again, you could, call paving new work every time. We said, no, we have
Agreed.
270 miles of road. The paving we're looking at is really maintenance on the road system. It's not a new road, it's the maintenance on the road system. As we gear this up, it would be, in essence, a replacement plan to keep this going, as we've done with police cars.
I get it. I just want to know we're on the road to doing it. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, the caution is, as we've agreed to that, and certainly that's been supported with police cars, there are sometimes motions to cut the number of police cars in that by certain boards.
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Leclerc, you had something?
Oh, so will there be other trucks in the budget this year?
That's what we're looking at. The question will be kind of to balance that out against the rest of the budget,
Okay,
all right, and balance that out against what is approved under the non-recurring header.
okay. So if these don't get approved tonight, they'd come back in the operating budget?
There will
Possibly.
be things in the operating budget that address that, but I'm not going to promise that these two would actually get through there. That would be done in conjunction with Mr. Michelangelo and kind of what else is happening there.
Okay. And can I ask what the life of the trucks are? Or
we rate our dump trucks in that 12 to 15-year delta, and this is going to replace a 25-year-old vehicle to
So
1990.
it could last 25 years, but you're counting on 12.
Well, again, even the one that it currently replaces, one of the reasons we wish to get rid of it, it's burning motor oil, and we have it up for a $20,000 repair, and we just think it's futile to put that type of money into a 25-year-old truck. We don't think optimally we should be running them even 25 years. I would say more like 20.
Mr. Beck?
Yeah, and I'd go back to the discussion that we had and kind of where we've been trending. One of the things is to get away from the discussion of this truck or that truck, and because that can very easily, you can say, well, maybe you could squeak another year, but that has a rolling effect. The idea is to get a number in the budget, in the end, at the end of the process, that you guys then manage very specifically with no other transfers or anything like that, but for equipment, but you guys manage it, and then, you know, to the first selectman's point, it can certainly get taken down at other, you know, at other phases, but when you get away from that discussion of the individual truck, the hope would be that didn't, I mean, hopefully not at all. And, you know, and the only other thing, just because it came up with the fire trucks, I personally don't like, I want to support getting the equipment because that's important, but on all of them, I don't personally support any of them being bonded. As a catch-up, because it's the way we're doing the trucks now for fire, really encumbering the funds if necessary, if it's going to cross budget years, and kind of getting that long-term away from the bonding, personally is where I'd like to see. And I'm glad that at least on this, the board is kind of trending in that direction. So hopefully the budget will then support that as well. Thank you.
Mr. Michelangelo, when you come back to us at your operating budget, can you have available your overall replacement plan so we can compare the components of this, just so we know where you're heading?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I would just like to say that I would hope that we'd get to a plan so that we all get used to what we're going to do.
Yep.
And while this might be the start of it, I think it's got to be a consistent plan, because these things have worked best, say, for example, OPEB, when we've determined what that plan was and how we were going to ramp up to a certain situation. And I just don't want this to get choppy, and this year we did this, and next year we do this, because then it's not a plan. Now it's just willy-nilly what we're doing. So I would hope that whatever the number is going to be, that we should look to for non-recurring in this area for catch-up at a certain dollar amount. And then have a plan of how we're going to get there.
Yeah.
To do the catch-up, so that we can expect it every budget year. So they're not having these conversations why it's 700,000 this year or 200 next year, and, you know, whatever, that it would be some consistent plan, and how many years is it going to take us to catch up.
I would argue, I think you're 100% correct, and another plan that seems to be working well is the golf course maintenance. That was a good one that we put in place, so, or that the Golf Commission put in place and we fund. So thank you. I don't know, does anybody want to spend a lot of time on the payloader?
I do not.
Given the forecast, you might be spending a lot of time on payloaders. All right, so let's go to the next item. We'll skip the payloader.
Okay, the Tungus Hill building is a former state DOT garage located on Tungus Hill Road, just a couple doors up from the Jeep dealership there. Town acquired it, or got it for about $1, probably about 2 decades ago. Many town departments use it, including Public Works, Fire, Police, Board of Ed, to store mainly vehicles in it, equipment, those type things. So like the fire department has 2 of their older 1980 fire trucks in that they use for emergencies. During Storm Sandy, they were out patrolling the streets, especially in the storm area. You don't want to send a $600,000 fire truck. Those are the ones that they sent into battle, so to speak. So they have another Ford 150 there. It's a good storage type thing for the surplus, like the fire van that goes around, the large mobile home type thing, the gators, things like that. From Public Works, a lot of our winter apparatus that we use now, like the snow blowers and some of the plow blades and stuff like that, they'll go there during the summer, and conversely, now we have a lot of our beach stuff stored there. So a lot of our facilities are very cramped. You know, if you think of the firehouses, police station, Board of Ed, nobody has excess indoor storage to locate things. So this is used by all of us. The existing building is deteriorating rapidly. In my opinion, it's not salvageable. The main problem, it's a flat roof building. The roof itself, the decking, some of the structural members are getting old and to the point where it's, you know, I wouldn't say dangerous, but you know, it'll get to that point. It's just a brick building. You know, brick building has pointing problems, single pane windows. The lintels are rusting out. A couple garage doors aren't in good shape. So we're proposing basically a demolition of the building and put up a prefabricated structure with some heating capability. You know, you want to keep the vehicles at a decent temperature, 40 degrees or so, and part of it, some of it's cold storage. So basically, it's a space that all of the departments can use and do use, and it's a benefit to everybody, and we'd like to replace it.
Thank you, Mr. Michelangelo. Mr. Mottola.
So, is there? Have you figured out maybe what a cost is to try to salvage this building, or is it? Have you looked? I know you're saying you, in your opinion, you can't salvage it, but I mean, how much would it cost to replace the roof? $350,000? I'm just curious about that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. One of the things about, you know, to replace the roof, you basically have to take it off to the sky.
Right.
So and once again, the stuff that you're putting these structural members on isn't that good to begin with.
Gotcha.
But if you replace the entire roof deck and put a rubber membrane roof there with tapered insulation and drains, yeah, you could probably blow close to $350,000 just on that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the building?
How old is this building? Do you know?
I got the assessor's field card here, but it's, you know, it's got to be at least, 60, 70 years old. But we could check the field card. I'm not sure if it's listed on there. We could check it.
I don't see it. That's us.
Okay.
Oh, 1920.
Sure. Yeah. I'd say it's more like 100 years old.
You can knock this building down,
Yeah.
take it away, put a prefab building up for $350,000?
Correct.
And how long will the prefab building last? How long are they meant to last?
I'd estimate about 50 years.
50 years?
Yeah, and once again, you know, it's we have something similar at our town garage that the town buildings guys use. I've had them in other towns. In Oxford, we had one. In Chester, we have one. So they're.
And what's the square footage of the prefab building?
Well, the square I think it's probably around, the building is a little odd shape, but it's approximately 90 by 90. So once again, I don't think, it has a couple jogs in it. So just nominally, if we put up an 80 by 80 square foot building, the cost of the building itself is somewhere around $20 a square foot. And then you get into, and that's why I came up with $150,000 for the unit itself. And then you got to put some heating in there. You got to do some partitions, some doors. So that's how we got to the estimate. That's how we built it up to the estimate and put some contingency in there also.
Are you all set? Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you. Let's go on and talk about the Burr Mansion, safety and ADA accessibility.
Okay, I'll start off, and Mike Jaley from the Fairfield Museum is also here.
Good evening, Mr. Jaley. Thank you for staying all night here. Thank you, gentlemen, for your help. Appreciate it.
And I'll give the brief introduction and turn it over to Mike. But, you know, the Burr Mansion used for a lot of functions, and basically the first floor hasn't had much done to it since we acquired it. So I'll let Mike, so me and him have met, discussed some items, tried to put price tags on it, and I know he's had some more extensive work than you see in the estimate here, but I'll let him elaborate on some of the things that we could do for this $150,000 and some of the benefits.
Sure. Thanks. So just so everyone knows, the Burr Mansion is actually a town-owned building. The Fairfield Museum has a management services agreement with the town to run it and manage its rental and use as a community facility. It was put to that use in the late 70s. I think the last sort of renovation that was ever done there was 1981. So it's been about 34 years since any money beyond just kind of painting and minor maintenance has been put into the building. We do get, as many of you know, several big community events that happen there: Christmas Tree Festival, Santa's House, all the sort of major fundraisers that occur in the community happen at Burr. And I would say, as a conservative estimate, there are probably 10,000 people from this community that go through that facility a year. Increasingly, we've had just more and more infrastructure breakdowns, and the DPW has been tremendously helpful to come in and sort of deal with those on an as-needed basis, but they're getting increasingly frequent, and I think that the risk to public safety is getting significant enough that we feel like the building is going to need some significant investment in doing that. So what we're requesting here is just one part of a multi-source capital investment in the property. We're working with HUD money to supplement this. We're also looking to, if the town is willing to allocate this $150,000, we'll be going to the state to match that. The state requires that the town authorize that before we even go to them to ask for that match. So our goal is to get sufficient money to repair and upgrade the electrical, which is now over 30 years old, to upgrade the plumbing. Some of you may know that we had a major breakdown in that right in the middle of Christmas Tree Festival this year that poured raw sewage into the basement of the building and into the backyard. So it's, you know, a lot of these repairs are really at a critical state, and we're just, you know, trying to work with the town to try to manage that process of upgrade.
Do you have a listing of the things that need to be done with that building beyond?
We do. So we've worked with architects to develop kind of a multi-phase plan for repairing all this, and also looking at ways that the facility could be used more optimally to the town's benefit. We've actually taken those architectural scope of works, and we've hired a estimator, so we have very, very specific cost estimates for that. Depending on the funding that does roll in through this and through state opportunities, we'll be tweaking the phasing of that to see, you know, what's most critical to happen now as opposed to what do we want to kind of put off later on. But we've been very thorough about looking at the whole project.
Okay. Any other questions on this item right now? Mr. Mottola?
This work on, the work on page 2, do we have town employees that could do some of this work, like bathroom renovations, or is that something that's beyond us?
No, we do have a licensed plumber on staff
Okay.
and also tradesmen that could do a lot of this work, but once again, it takes them away from the, you know,
Okay.
their,
So the idea would be to bid this out to a contractor to do this
Correct.
work, not use our, all right. Correct. Thanks.
Any other questions on this? I have one follow-up. So,
Sure.
and this isn't exactly to you, Mr. Jaley, but last year we talked a lot about Old Town Hall and some issues at Old Town Hall. And as I believe there was a funding request, we did something with the floors in the central area. Number one, has that been done? And are we working, that's obviously another old historic building that needs some attention.
No, we're still working on the structural evaluation of that building. And one of the things that we're working with, tapping into the museum's expertise, is they've gotten, I don't know if you call them historical surveys for buildings.
Right.
So one of the things we'll do before we go even further on the reconstruction of that building, or even propose anything, is get a study for Old Town Hall, hopefully through a state grant through one of the SHPO.
SHPO, yeah, State Historic Preservation Office. yeah.
Same thing that Mr. Jaley's done for the Old Academy and the Sun Tavern. So we'll go through those steps before you see anything more on the.
What's the time
structural
frame on that? Because my understanding was there's some pretty critical needs.
You know, probably be a year out.
Definitely within the next year. We've got a lot of things in motion, and once again, I'm tapping into Mike's expertise on this, and he's been very helpful. Because I know we don't want to we want to repair the structural damages, but we don't want to do anything that's going to compromise the building or not be consistent with what we want to do down the line.
Okay.
One thing, if I could just add, one thing I want to commend the first selectman on is that, and DPW, they've recognized that these are town properties that have really been neglected for a long time. There's just not been any investment in them, and we've worked with them over the past couple of years to really look at developing a comprehensive plan. The Fairfield Museum got some money from the Connecticut Trust for Historic Preservation last year to do a comprehensive, what was called a stewardship master plan for all these historic properties that went through with architects and engineers and developed a very detailed list of what needs to happen at these properties. So what we're doing now is we're, much like a mini waterfall, we're looking at what are the critical ones that really need to be tackled now, and what are things that we can both handle in the budget and as sort of larger capital issues down the line. The benefit to the management agreement that we have is that we're able to bring outside foundation and grant money that can really help leverage town funding for these projects.
Thank you, Mr. Jaley. Appreciate that. Any other questions or comments? With that, I'll open it up for any public comment on this round of non-recurring, because I believe this is the end, is it not? All right, seeing none, and thank you, gentlemen.
Sure.
Thank you for being here. It's separate, yeah. The hour's getting late, so with that in mind, I appreciate the other people that are here to speak tonight, their patience. I've been wondering about our quandary from earlier this evening regarding not having bond counsel here, and what are we allowed or not allowed to do, which is new, given our past practice. So I have a thought here. First Selectmen's meeting is when? Wednesday of next week. And we have a quarterly review meeting set for February 17th, which is just after that. So my thought here is to make sure that we do this right, and there's no question with the bonds moving forward, that we delay the vote on this until our meeting, which is our quarterly meeting later this month. And I'd like to discuss that. Mr. Tetro, you have a thought.
From a pragmatic standpoint, you've got 3 bonding resolutions in front of you. Only one of them is in question. So you could pass the other 2, move that forward. You could also pass the third if you chose, and consider this item separately, and in essence have it catch up with that. Either way, it would take, obviously your comments are there. I would, to keep things simple, ask for a sense of the body motion out of here, so I have something to take back to my board.
I was going to, that was my next point. I wanted to discuss this and see if we need to.
So that there are 3 motions, or 3
right.
bond resolutions. 2 of them you're not considering any changes to, I don't believe, at least not any additions. And the third one would be the only one in question, so you could
Right.
pass that and add to it later, assuming it passed by the Board of Selectmen, or you could send the whole thing.
So, and the reason for my original suggestion is I think it's cleanest. We just take the bond resolutions, package them all, like we were going to vote on them. If there's a sense of body motion to be made, we make it. We send them all back. And then at the quarterly meeting, the presentations have all been done. We just ask bond counsel what we're allowed to do. Maybe it's not even an issue at that meeting if we do a sense of a body. But that way, we'll be able to ask any questions of bond counsel we have when we have all the motions in front of us. The Board of Selectmen is meeting before. The RTM isn't meeting next month, so I don't think we hold anything up, right?
When you say next month, what are you?
Well, I think we can get this done before the RTM meets again, correct?
The RTM, The RTM is going to meet in February.
Right.
That would be dependent on whether they would take an addition at that late in the month, but that would be up to them.
Right.
Do that. Worst case, it's March.
Right.
It's, when's the quarterly review meeting?
The 17th.
So the question becomes, and I don't have a calendar in front of me, does that get on the committee calendars in time? But one would think they'd be reasonably flexible in looking at that.
Thank you. Yeah. Does anybody have any thoughts on that? Just nice, clean, simple, get it in front of bond council, and we go from there. Mr. Mottola.
So your proposal is to not vote on anything tonight,
Correct.
and then just do it all on February 17th?
Correct.
Okay.
And we've had all the presentations. We don't need to, we've given everybody the opportunity to talk. We don't need to bring anybody back for questions. It actually allows us to kind of discuss the waterfall model a little bit, right? Do some of the financing end of it. Just look with bond counsel here, ask any questions that we want. We just vote on it, we're done.
So are we going to have bond counsel here at that meeting? Is that the idea?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Mr. Brown, are you okay with that?
I would support that.
Okay. With that in mind, I would like to make a sense of the body motion. I would like to ask the Board of Selectmen to reconsider the boilers at Jennings School. I do think there is some precedent for this at 50 years replacement. I am concerned, as Mr. Walsh said, about a catastrophic failure and what that might mean. It's just a delay if we do it. It's not actually cutting it, and I think there's risk associated with that. So I'd make a motion that we make a sense of the body motion to ask the Board of Selectmen at their next regularly scheduled meeting to consider adding in the appropriation for the bonds for the addition of the Jennings School boilers. Do I have a second to that? A seconded by Mrs. Leclerc. Any discussion by any board members on that?
Just one question.
Sure.
What if we miss the RTM committee meetings?
Then they vote in March.
Then they vote.
So, no questions? Okay, so I'll call it for a vote. All in favor of my sense of the body motion? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, that passes. Thank you. Now, I'm going to ask for a little help here, parliamentary help. Should I just delay the vote on this? If I delay the vote on this till next meeting, can the Board of Selectmen reconsider it? Or should we just take no action with the intent of bringing this back at our next meeting? See what I'm saying? We've done both in the past. So I'm happy to work with you guys on this. Everyone, thank you for coming out tonight. Thank you for all your presentations. It's most appreciated.
Yeah. In terms of the bonding resolutions, if you postpone those to a date certain,
Right.
which is your next meeting,
Right.
then the Board of Selectmen amendment could be happening in between, or can come before you as the amended bond resolution at that point.
Okay. As long as it's the cleanest, I want to be the cleanest and easiest for everybody. Thank you. So I'll make a motion that we delay the vote on the 3 bond amendments for the non-recurring to our next scheduled meeting, which is our quarterly review meeting. I believe it's on February 17th. Do I have a second? Mr. Brown? All in favor of that motion? Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't ask for comments.
No,
Please.
just on that, if it's, I was going to ask it prior to the vote, but otherwise, I guess if they can bring it to that meeting, I would like from, I guess it would be Board of Ed, there was a different method on the turf field that's not the rubber, and there was a cost associated, and I
The
think
court,
they had.
I think they said.
Exactly. If we can get more information at that meeting and some of the pricing, or follow-up even beforehand would be helpful, so it's not like just dropped on us, but I would like information on that. So if we can ask for that follow-up.
Great. Can we get that? And my apologies for that breach there.
Just as a
that's fine.
clarification, there were 2 questions, whether to use the rubber for the fill on a resurfacing or to replace the base. Are you looking for both numbers?
That would be helpful, if possible.
Okay,
As
I'll-
much
I'll
as you
relay
can
the information
get
to
on
Mr.
that.
Cullen.
Because I know I said I wouldn't on this, but an interesting point by my colleague was raised that going grass, that there may be alternatives to going grass, and then the issues with that. So I'd like to know more about it. But again,
Okay.
even
Thank
before
you.
the meeting, be helpful. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Walsh?
While we're doing that, if you can also add to the list of questions, is there a different useful life between the rubber and the cork?
Okay.
Because if the cork's half the life and more cost, we need to know that.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, sorry about that. Seeing none, all in favor of our motion to postpone? Okay, opposed? Nobody? We're good, thank you. Okay, so now, item number 3 is... Are you kidding for Mr. Matola? This is halftime. He's used to... All right, to receive and consider the comprehensive annual financial report, CAFR, for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2014, as prepared by Cohn Resnick, LLP. Mr. Senafani, welcome. And welcome to your colleague as well, who I'm sorry I forgot your name here. Melissa, thank you. Thank you so much. Go ahead, sir.
All right. So I worked all day on this, so I still get the full hour?
Yeah, right. Can you put the, make sure the mic picks you up?
Sorry.
Thank you, and welcome.
Sure.
Thank you for your patience.
So we're going to cover hopefully you have all 4 documents that were submitted. We're just going to walk through those. So the 4 documents issued, the CAFR, the big document, federal and state single audit, communication with those charged with governance, we call it the SAS 114 letter, and then the recommendations. So on page 3, some of the notable items in this year's report. The budgetary fund balance increased by $3.7 million, increasing the fund balance percentage from 6.4 to 7.6, and we'll look at some charts on that. New fund balance policy is in the disclosures. Internal Service Fund had operating income for the fiscal year of the 1.7 million. GASB 67 was implemented, which relates to the pensions, and we'll probably talk a lot about that tonight because that's the most significant difference between this year's audit and last year's. And the contribution to fund balance is presented on a separate line in Schedule 3. I think we talked about that last year. So again, the opinion on financial statements on pages 8 to 10, unmodified opinion. It's the second year of this new format where we have those section headings, and the section headings basically are separating the different levels of responsibility that we take for information. Opinion on financial statements in relation to opinion on the schedules, very limited responsibility for the required supplementary information, and we take no responsibility for the tables. Again, the MD&A, I'm not going to walk through that, but again, the highlights of these different areas, fund balance, internal service are all discussed in there. We'll talk about most of those in the rest of the presentation. So on page 5 is the chart we've been looking at for the last several years of where your fund balance is. So this is, your undesignated is at 21,168,000, which is that 7.64% that we mentioned earlier. So it's a 1.21% increase. Page 6 shows the same information in chart form as far as a nice trend up from 2007 through 2014. And then the gap fund balance, this is the total fund balance, that was the unassigned, similar trending. And then finally, where you are is, on the next table on page 8 is the percentage of fund balance going from the 4.25% in 2009 to the 7.64% that you are at June 30, 2014. So the unassigned fund balance from last year was the 17.4 million. On a GAAP basis, you had $3.2 million increase in fund balance. Encumbrances were less by 600,000, and that gets us to the 21.1 million unassigned that we looked at. So Exhibit F is the budgetary statement on page 27. Again, the net increase in fund balance was the 3.7 million that we mentioned before. And basically, the difference from the GAAP basis is the encumbrances. So GAAP basis, the 3,177, change in encumbrances and cancellation gets us to the 3.76. And if we look at it a different way, how did you actually get there? Because you adopted a balanced budget. You had revenues in excess of budget of 2.5 million, spending savings of 1.2 million, and the 16,000 in canceled encumbrances gets us to that increase of 3.7 million. And just as a note, of the 1.2 million, 675 was planned as part of your budget to increase fund balance. Internal service funds. Again, had a good year with those. Operating income was 1.7 million. That's up about 240,000 from the prior year. So although your charges for services decreased by 778,000, your claims decreased by $1 million, and that created a 240,000. So again, your net position deficit is less than your long-term portion of your liability. So from a cash flow standpoint, you're in a good place. If you have the same kind of year you had last year, you will eliminate the deficit in that fund.
Okay, decrease, changes, decrease.
Okay, pension funds. So detailed financial statements are actually in the footnotes that show the town plan, the police plan separately on 65 and 66. So the change in that position for the town plan was an increase of 22.3 million. Change in fair value was slightly higher than that at 22.6. Police and fire, again, the total increase in that position was the 19.263, and the change in fair value was 21.673. So some of your claims were higher than the amount of money that went in. So for 2014, when you look at the detailed notes, this is a transition year. So basically, we have two different disclosures going on related to pensions. We have disclosures for GASB 67, which is new, and we also have disclosures for GASB 27, which is kind of old rules. So GASB, when they put this plan together as far as the timing, they didn't really look at that very closely. So you actually have two sets of information, which makes it a little bit confusing, but next year we'll only be having the 67 disclosures, which we'll talk about in a little bit more detail.
Okay.
So GASB 67, some of the calculations, disclosures that are new, and I'm looking at the footnotes on page 60 to 63. Rate of returns, so this is now a required disclosure and a required RSI, as we'll see. So the rate of return for the town, this is the net of investment expense, was 16.07, and police and fire was 16.05 for last year. And as we'll look at that, that's going to be required to be a 10-year look back. This is only year one, but eventually that'll be a 10-year trend table. Then you have the net pension liability or asset. In this case, the town plan has an asset, so changing from last year to looking at things from a smoothing impact on the investments. Now everything's looked at fair value, so one plan now is showing fully funded, and the police plan, I think, is about just about 5 million underfunded, but both those are pretty good numbers. The fact that one is overfunded, that's, as of that point, is very good. The actuarial assumptions, we have to disclose a lot more of those. You have to use entry age, normal. Again, we're at fair value, and you have to disclose mortality rates, which you didn't really have to disclose before. So trying to put a lot more of the assumptions so that there's some comparability. I think I mentioned last year, it's about the only thing GASB's done right in my career is to make everyone use the same method and everything. So now actually things are comparable versus everybody doing their own thing and then thinking it's comparable. So long-term expected rate of return, again, this is by asset type. Now you have to disclose by asset type what the expected long-term rate of return is, and the reason for that is to justify your discount rate. So if you're not invested in the right things to actually get to the discount rate you say you're using, then you're not allowed to use that rate. And then the sensitivity analysis, and that's on page 63. 62 and 63, very bottom. So basically, you're using a 7.5% discount rate. The required disclosure now is to show what your liability would be if you used 6.5 and what the liability would be if you used 8.5. So that 1% sensitivity of what that does to your liability. For the town plan, using a lower discount rate, you'd be 19 million underfunded, and using a higher discount rate, you'd be 20 million overfunded. And then the police, a similar disclosure. So it gives you a perspective on how important that factor is.
What's funny on that is we were asking for sensitivity analysis for a number of years on the pension plan due to rate of return, so it's quite good that it's actually going to be in the financial statements now as well.
Right, yeah, now they finally did something.
You
made sense.
mentioned that you will no longer be allowed to use that discount rate, right? Who determines what discount rate you can use? Did I hear you correctly?
I didn't say you wouldn't well, if we look at the top of page 62 and you see this calculation here of the long-term expected rate of return, if this calculation here wouldn't generate 7.5%, then conceptually you wouldn't be allowed to use 7.5%. So if you're investing all in CDs, you're not going to get 7.5% return, then you wouldn't be allowed to use that. So this table's kind of justifying
It's a test.
that your investment strategy will get you
Right.
to the assumption you're using.
So who makes the determination what discount rate you can use? Because what I'm hearing is you will not be allowed to use that discount rate. Like, even if we want to, you're saying, you're not going to be able to.
Well, yeah, if you can't support it. So that decision usually is
Still
discussion
internal.
with the actuary, and then we have a responsibility to evaluate the assumptions that are being used. So if I look at this and see that there's no way you're going to get 7.5 because you're investing all in CDs,
So you would question.
then I would say, well, I can't rely on this valuation because that assumption is incorrect. So,
Okay.
all right. All right, then on pages 74 to 79 these are the new RSI tables, which are very similar to some of the things that are in the notes. But the first one on 74 shows how the pension liability is, what the components are, what it was last year, what it rolled to this year, in detail of what your change in that position, and this agrees to your pension financials, what the contributions were, what your benefit payments are, and those type of things to come to your net position, and the difference is your net pension liability or asset. So this is the 1.8 million that we saw in the notes for the employees' plan. Similar page for police, again, which is the $5 million underfunded, which is pretty close. Hopefully the market will solve that for you next year. Then there's a summary statement of this, and you compare it to covered payroll, so that comparison is still there as it was prior year, and then the schedule of investment returns. So all these schedules, although you see them all only 1 year, these are going to required to be 10 years as all that data is developed. So it'll be a nice trend that you could see. So starting on page 78, this is the 10-year trend for contributions. So this is kind of similar to what you had before. Now we just changed the terminology. So before it used to be called the actuarial required contribution, the ARC. Now it's called the actuarial determined contribution, so the ADC. So it's kind of conceptually the same thing, so that's why we have 10 years worth of data. So, basically the big change from 67 from the prior statements is there used to be a focus on how much did you put in to the pension plan. Now the focus is how much do you have to pay the liability. So it's contribution focus to liability focus is what the big change was. OPEB funds, so some slight changes in the liabilities from the prior year. You are making at least 100% of the contributions, just slightly over 100 for the town and police plan. The Board of Ed plan is not funded because it's really mostly that in place at rate subsidy, so that's why that's not at 100%. So all these things that we just looked at here for pension are coming down the road for OPEB in a couple years.
Got it.
Page 17 is the schedule of the Madoff recoveries from the loss in 2008 to where we are now. So he recovered 15.4 million. The cost of recovery was the 2.3, so you netted $13 million back against the 40 million that was the number in the financials.
Yeah. Thank you, and I just want to confirm something here. So we get 15.4 million back in recovery and 2.3 million back in related expenses, assuming those are legal expenses and the like. These, both the recovery and the expenses, both go back into the pension funds themselves, and so the town is not paying any of the legal costs out of the general fund. I just want to confirm. Right. Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Melissa, talk about the last few slides that we have here.
Okay, so if you look at the smaller bound package that you have, the federal and state single audit, for the federal single audit, pages 1 and 2 show all of the federal monies that the town spent during the year. We've had a unmodified opinion on compliance, which is a clean opinion, no findings or question costs. And FEMA was one of the programs that we tested as a major program among some others listed in the audit. State single audit, the schedule of state money spent by the town is on pages 10 and 11. Again, an unmodified opinion on compliance, a clean opinion, no findings or question costs, and we've reported the last of the railroad expenditures this year. The required communications, or the SAS 114 letter, is one of the small stapled letters, and that is our communication to the board. If you look at the letter, we talk about the significant estimates that are in the audit, which is include the incurred but not reported medical claim liability, the workers' comp liability, the net pension asset, and OPEB liability. We've had no disagreements with management. We do have, the town does have a new fund balance policy, as Joe had mentioned, so that's in that letter. And management has provided us with representations in the form of a management rep letter and corrected and uncorrected misstatements. So the town has corrected journal entries and past adjusting journal entries. The past adjusting journal entries are attached to this letter.
You didn't comment on how wonderful our fund balance policy is.
It's wonderful, wonderful. Well, I can comment it now if you go to the next page of the slide. The 2013 recommendations, one of them that is not being repeated is the new fund balance policy. So in looking at our recommendations, we're going to start out with the prior year recommendations, and then we'll move on to the current year recommendations. So the investment classifications, that is a repeat comment, and that, again, has been on there for a couple of years now. That's the trustee and the broker having the classifications, the investment classifications be reconciled. Public work record keeping, again, this is a repeat recommendation from last year, and that is, revolves around the daily logs from employee timesheets and machine hours and those records being reconciled to employee time cards.
Are we testing that internally for accuracy, though?
What do you mean by testing?
Is somebody reviewing that?
We have a process in place that there's time and attendance batches that are input by every department,
Right?
that are then approved by every department, assistant department head and department head,
Okay,
prior to coming into our payroll, what's called a warrant.
okay. And what you're saying is the source documents don't necessarily agree to what's being forwarded as the batch and being approved by the department head?
Yes, that is correct. That is correct. It's more the machine hours and those source documents are, and the hours that the Public Works employees are actually working on do not agree to the timesheets that are being submitted.
So, Mr. Mayor, what do you do, or what's done there to address that issue?
Hi. Am I on?
No.
Am I on? Well, I guess, there we go. All right, this is,
Fun thing that got you.
yeah, this is an issue in DPW alone, as I understand it. And as I understand it also, it has a lot to do where people are out on the road and they make a lot of adjustments and comments and annotations and notes, so that theoretically, based upon the conversations I've had, it's all correct and accurate, and people are monitoring, the supervisors are monitoring it, but the trail isn't clearly documented. So it's a cultural thing, I guess, from a certain perspective at DPW.
I'm not sure I entirely understand that.
We've had conversations with DPW about this recommendation, so they're aware of it. It's, from what I understand,
Yeah.
they have timesheets
Yeah.
down there. They then hand it over to the person in DPW, who then inputs it into Munis.
Yeah.
And I don't want to call it shorthand, but she knows what she's inputting, they know what they're putting in, and it's contractual. Let's just say that they get to go out and get a meal on when they're plowing for half an hour or 45 minutes or whatever the contractual allowance is for working so many straight hours. She knows the rules. It's just not documented clearly on the timesheet as opposed to what's input into Munis directly. Again, it's not an accuracy thing, and we've talked to them about it. We're like, can you somehow document on these timesheets what you're exactly putting into Munis so that it's clear, the audit trail is clear.
And what's her response to that?
I've talked to Scott and Charlotte, and yes, they're aware of the problem and they're rectifying it.
So we're not going to see this comment next year?
We are not going to see this comment next year.
How many years have we seen this comment in a row?
This is the second year.
Okay.
All right, but this time we're going to do it. Okay.
Promise, right?
Okay.
Pinky? Yeah. Well, they're aware of it and they're correcting it.
And I think part of it related to that grants applications were being based upon the handwritten records and not the Munis records. So it was a little bit less about the disconnect. So I don't think there's a problem with the payroll records, but if you do a grant reimbursement request, it needs to agree to what you actually paid, not what you wrote down on the
Right.
log. So that was the disconnect, and that's where the comment is more coming from.
I think it started with the FEMA
Exactly.
going back from,
Did we lose money because of this?
no.
No, I don't think we changed any of the numbers, but we couldn't follow. It wasn't clear to follow that if I wrote down somebody.
Could we lose money if we get audited by FEMA on this? I mean, that's what I'm hearing you kind of say, right?
Yeah, it would depend on how they interpreted your records. When we looked at it, it ended up okay. It just wasn't as clear as it should be. So, but just basically, if you're going to get reimbursed by FEMA, it should be for what you paid, not what you wrote down.
And this plays into your next one, which is grants management?
It does. It does. So-
That's the biggest part of it, yes.
Right, right. So our recommendation surrounding grants management partially was a comment that originated last year, and now we have an added component to it this year, is that our recommendation is that finance be provided all of the grant information, applications, paperwork, and that there is someone overseeing grant management in general, because there is again, could be an issue where there are accounts receivables and payables that are not being properly recorded if this information doesn't get to finance. So that is the comment that we had last year. And then I'm just going to jump ahead, since we're talking about it, and go on to the next page, which talks about our new recommendation surrounding grant management, and that is specifically with CDBG and the drawdown request. What we found this year was that they had about $675,000 of expenditures and had only requested reimbursement for $300,000. So the issue is that someone should be monitoring that and making sure that they are requesting for reimbursement timely, so that they can get those funds timely and not use town funds to supplement those expenditures that can be covered with the grant.
So we're potentially losing money on this side of it.
You are. Well, again, once they submit for reimbursement, then
Right.
you
What
will
we're
get
losing
it.
is
But
the
yes.
time value of it,
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
Not getting it on a timely basis.
Yes, that is correct. And then just going back to the last comment, which is around capital assets, and that was the recording of road construction projects, and that comment is not being repeated this year.
Okay.
So those are the recommendations. As far as the future considerations go, again, Joe talked about GASB 67 for this year, and the technical corrections, which is the amendments of GASB 10 and 62, which, again, that's nothing that pertains to
Right,
the
it was
town
no
audit.
impact, yep.
Right. And then in 2015, the 68, which is just going to be recording the pension liability on the face of the financial statements in Exhibits A and B. And I believe that we kind of talked about that last year when we were here, but the actual liability is going to be going onto the face of your financials or asset. GASB 70, which is the accounting for and financial reporting for non-exchange financial guarantees, which I don't think that will apply to you, to the town of Fairfield. And again, GASB 68, which is going to be the pension transition for contributions made subsequent to the measurement date. And again, that's pretty much it for the future considerations. So does anyone have any questions on the audit, the recommendations, anything that we've discussed?
You guys are lucky tonight, because I forgot my financial statement book at the office, so I will have to email
You want
Joe
mine?
some questions that I have,
Alright.
or he would be extremely disappointed.
Yeah, no, I got to get at least one question.
I do have, I do want to know a couple things, though, and I don't know if anybody else has any questions, and I'll wait. Mary, you're chair of the audit
well, I
committee,
need
do you
to-
have anything?
Find the page first.
Do you want me to go, and then you can?
You can go.
Question. How much reliance were you able to place on internal audit procedures this year?
Yeah, but we didn't replace any reliance on
On internal audit?
internal audit at all.
Were there, did you review any reports on internal audit, from internal audit?
No, we didn't see any.
How many, Mr. Mayor, how many internal audits did we do this year, were we able to accomplish?
I'd only have to guess. I mean, it's, but off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you.
Could you get back to me? I want to make sure that function's operating and that we, particularly for something like this, this payroll thing that comes up in DPW or something like that, and I know that you've had some concerns that you've raised in years past over the grants and the number of personnel, et cetera, et cetera. So I just want to make sure that we're utilizing that information. We haven't seen the internal audit.
No, as this board knows, and since FEMA happened, and actually and since my tenure, there's been, the internal auditor his attention has been diverted significantly on other projects. When we have audited, when things come up or there's something that I note or someone notes, then we jump on it. And so we've had a few audits, but it's not just the rote go through the logbook and, audit cash flow or petty cash type thing. It's been specific audit attentions, but there hasn't been, I mean, I just can't recall exactly.
Yeah, and again, I didn't know that you would know off the top of your head, so a follow-up is fine. I just want to make sure we're comfortable that that function is operating as it should and that we're getting the benefit of that and that our system of internal controls is being checked. And do you guys typically not place much reliance on it?
Yeah, typically not unless there was a specific area that they looked at that we were going to test. So it'd be kind of hit or miss depending on what the projects were during the year.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have any?
Do you guys look at every internal audit for the year, or how does that work? Or do you guys just not look at them at all?
Yeah, in general, I might. Most towns don't have internal audit functions, so some of the larger communities do, so it's not a common position. So in general, we don't rely on them. But if I had a list of what the projects were, it was something, an area that we would test, we would look at the results of that test and then either build off that test or if there were problems, we would direct our testing in that area. But it would be a starting point just to see what was done, and then we would decide if it would be useful in our audit or not. That would be the approach.
Okay. Mr. Walsh?
Oh, in general, questions?
Sure. Mrs. LeClaire, I think you were up
She was
first.
next, yeah.
Thanks. Go ahead.
I had a question on page 9 of your presentation. And it's probably in the financial statement also. And Mr. Mayor might want to help out on it. We had a pretty good year with our fund balance, and I just want to make sure I understand where it came from. And so when I look at decrease in cancellation of encumbrances, is that because of that we cleaned it up, I guess in the fall? Are those like bond resolutions that we didn't spend, that we?
No, that had nothing to do with that. No.
Okay.
No, those were, the decrease is just POs that were carried forward. The
Okay.
cancellations were such that they weren't used, and the POs carried forward this year as opposed to last year was a lower number.
Okay.
Yeah, this schedule is just showing the change in unassigned, so some of it's classification, because encumbrances are shown as assigned. So last year, assigned fund number was higher than this year, so it shifts from the one category to the other. So it's not additional operating income, it's just the fund balance
Okay.
went up because the categories changed. So where your fund balance is really the next page, on a budgetary basis, came from revenues in excess of the budget of 2.5, spending savings of 1.2. That's really what generated your increase in fund balance.
Now, is some of that coming from Sandy, from the insurance and things we collect?
No.
No, that's all, so it's strictly the budget?
It's strictly, if you have your CAFR on page 88, it itemizes out the 2.5 in favorable revenue for the general fund. And then the next 2 pages gives you the favorability on the expense side, the $1.2 million. But the 2.5, you could see in the categories for property taxes, it was 752, and you can kind of go down.
Okay.
to get to the 2.5. That was what was driving that. And then on the expense side, there was just favorable variances of 1.2, but 675 was budgeted, so.
Are you all set, Mary?
By budget, she means the 675 that the Board of Finance put in the contribution to surplus. So the actual savings was only the 600,000.
All right, we're going to go to Mr. Walsh.
Would you guys be able to help me explain on page 23? What are compensated absences? What is the definitional term? What does that number make up? Because it's about $4.3 million.
It's basically accrued sick and vacation time, so there is a policy note that kind of is pretty general, but.
So the only thing that's in there is sick time and vacation time for employees that they've accrued that for themselves, and that's all it is.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the work paper, but yeah, generally it's sick and vacation time. If sick time vests at some point in time, if it doesn't vest, then it's not accounted for. So we only accrue something that you're actually, in theory, going to pay. So if sick time is used or lose, then there's no accrual for it. If you get some sort of portion of it when you retire or separate from the town, then we would accrue for that.
Same thing for vacation time?
Yeah, vacation time is always earned, so whatever that is, you're going to get paid when you walk out the door.
And what's the policy for that? How much can you carry forward?
It probably varies by union contract,
Okay.
so I wouldn't.
Does it vary by union contract?
Yeah.
And what's it vary from? How much, like, on the low end from one of the unions? I know you're handling all the union contracts, Bob, so you should probably know this right off the top of your head.
I think it's 10 days to 10 days to maybe 30 or 60, I'm not really positive, on the upper side. But,
Would you be able to get us some type of sheet, or at least me, a sheet that shows every union and what that is? What
Sure.
the carry forward is? Are we changing that, or is that something that we're looking at changing, or is that not something we're looking at changing?
It's not something that, I mean, I'm not going to talk, I don't want to talk about specific
Okay, no problem.
negotiations, but
Yeah, if you can get that. So it's only sick time and vacation time.
And there's a little bit of comp time, I believe.
and comp time.
What's comp time? Is that true, Joe? I'm asking you, Joe. You're the guy who prepared this, right?
Yeah, I'd have to go look at the work paper.
Okay.
What's calculated, whatever, we're provided whatever this calculation is, and we would do whatever audit work on it. So I
Yeah.
have to look at the details on the work paper to know if comp time is something that's accrued. It's not necessarily.
As a former auditor, I would say he did not prepare them, he checked them for any inaccuracies,
Okay.
correct?
So then, I guess I'll then turn to the administration. What is it consist, what's the definitional term for the administration and what goes into this number?
I think I'll just take the opposite tack, say, I just really don't know what they audit. But, no, it's primarily sick time and vacation time. Comp time is, if there is comp time in there, it would probably be a significant amount, but I could not say for sure that they've captured that out of the HR department or not. But, I mean, it's there, it's recorded, it's known, whether it's in that one of those work papers or not. We'd have to check the work papers.
And what is comp time? What's the definition?
Comp time is when an employee works beyond their paid hours, and they don't get paid overtime, so they have the right to take that time off in the future.
Okay, so it's time someone's accrued that they can take off in the future, and we add that on at their current salary level?
Yes.
Okay, do they get to retire with that money?
Yes.
Is that?
It's paid out if there's accrued comp time, yes.
And that's the same with all unions? Is there any type, is there limitations on the number of days, such as sick and vacation?
We try to limit comp time. We try to make people take it by the end of the year. There's only a couple of people that have comp time that's carried over.
Okay. And who monitors that?
HR.
HR. So HR is the control in that?
When you say, I mean, with the control, it's recorded. It's recorded in the payroll records. It's recorded in the human resource records. Department heads are aware of the people in their departments that have it, and everyone is asked to control it and try to give people the time off. Upon occasion, people will be paid out because there's some departments that just don't have the resources to allow people to take a lot of time off when they've earned their comp time, and so there will be a payout.
Comp time in the budget?
Comp time is not in the budget as a budgeted item.
So any department head, well, who controls in a department whether someone gets comp time or whether someone has the ability to get comp time?
The ability to get comp time, everybody who is not a department head and who doesn't get paid overtime has the ability to get comp time.
And who has the ability to authorize that?
That would be the department head.
Okay. Okay. And if it's not budgeted, I guess the question becomes, is this really off, I don't know what the term would be, balance sheet or off income statement
No,
financing?
it goes through the budget, and goes through salary, goes through the salary line item.
It's an accrual.
But
Yeah,
if
I
we
mean,
budget,
if somebody has, 2 weeks of comp time and there's just, they haven't been able to use it and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to use it, and the department head and HR allow that to be paid out, then that would go through the salary line for that department as a wage and as a wage.
and if we budgeted properly, then at the end of the year, we should see an overage in the salary account because of that? Because it's salaries, we budget every single person's salary in the budget, correct?
Correct.
So if somebody worked,
If you-
got 200 hours of comp time for this year,
If you had a one-person department, and that person's salary was correctly stated in the budget, and any step increases, longevity increases were exactly stated in the budget, and that person worked all year, and there was nobody hired, and at the end, if that person had comp time that accrued, and they got paid $200, then that budget would be $200 over at the end of the year.
Okay.
The actual versus the budget. The budget wouldn't be over. The actual would be greater than the budget by the $200.
Okay. So it's a way to basically, in a way, go over budget.
Well, anytime you spend more money that's in the budget, you go over budget. I mean, it's not like a way, I mean, it's,
Okay.
if I buy a truck that's not in my budget, it's a way to go over budget.
Okay. And how do we monitor, who monitors the department heads about who's giving out comp time? To know whether, there's got to be a check and balance on this, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by a check and a balance. Department head has work that needs to be done, has employees that need to do the work. Employees, like, for example, Linda Gardner, every meeting that she attends is comp time. When she works extra hours on the budget, it's comp time. When we respond to questions, when we have to work overtime during the budget season, I'm not picking on the Board of Finance here, but it's one that we're all aware of and associated with, is why I choose her as an example. She is one of the individuals that, has built up some comp time.
Say it was like the building department. Did you as CFO monitor whether a department's gone over on comp time?
No, as I said, that's HR.
HR does, okay. Okay. That's a question for HR then. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mottola?
without belaboring this any longer, a lot of the comp time, it's contractual based on union contracts, whether an employee's entitled to it, how much he or she could get. Is that a fair statement?
Well, it's in contractual that if they work more hours than they're being paid and they don't get paid overtime, then it's contractual that they've earned comp time. That is
Right.
correct.
And if
And department heads, for example, don't get comp time.
Right. And if the town wanted to change that, they would have to do so through collective bargaining, right?
Well, you can't have people work for free. I think it's against the law,
That's
actually.
right, it is against the law, right? Okay. And you're satisfied that this is being monitored
Yes.
correctly,
Yeah,
efficiently?
I think it's one of the things that the HR director tries very hard and diligently to get people to use their comp time.
Thanks.
Any other questions right now? All right, Mr. Becker.
Thank you. On page 62, 63, you had talked about the new testing method for the discount rate. This is the first time kind of seeing this new method in here. So can you dive in, I mean, with that, obviously the late hour, dive in a little bit on that? And I guess I'm trying to look through here, and maybe it's in here and I'm missing it, but where we currently stand against that, I see the different, you know, the 6.5, the 7.5, and the 8.5, and I see, you know, the different asset classes, but where do we stand? Like, if we're measured up against that and then have to do something, are we okay where we're at? That's kind of what I'm not actually seeing that in here. I've seen the numbers, I'm seeing the explanation, you know, kind of the charts, but I'm not actually seeing it say, you're okay where you're at, or you're in trouble, or...
Right. Well, I guess my comments were more conceptual. The actuary prepares
Okay.
this or your investment, but your rates of return were 16% for both plans, which is way above 7.5, so
You're okay.
from that perspective, you're
From
okay.
from a one-year perspective, but
Right, this is a long-term thing.
Exactly.
So that's the only perspective we have, because this is brand new. This is the first year all this
Okay.
is required to be done this way.
so it's going to take some time for that to flush out and then become an issue, or perhaps not.
Right, right, and it's
Okay.
supposed to be a long-term thing, so a couple years ago, the numbers would have been negative returns, but it's a long-term look. So
Okay.
it's not a one-year look. That's why I think the 10-year trend table is required now, so you can look at it long-term and say, well, okay, we average 7.5 over 10 years, so we're kind of meeting what we plan to do.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your hard work, and Mr. Mayor and Caitlin, would you please extend our thank yous to your department for their efforts and long hours in getting us through a successful audit cycle. We didn't
Thank
go
you.
unnoticed. Thank you very much, and thank you for staying late tonight. We
Thanks.
appreciate it. Good to see you guys. And
Thank
look out for
you.
that email, Jeff. All right, we'll move on to the fourth item. Here, consider and act upon a resolution appropriating an additional $340,633 for costs associated with certain projects at Osborne Hill Elementary School, and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation. Do I have a motion to put this before us? Mr. Brown, seconded Mr. Stone. And who's here to speak to us? And my apologies for the lateness of the hour. I appreciate your patience.
I'm really impressed you have your meetings this late and seem very alert.
Lots of coffee.
I guess.
No
I
bathroom
guess.
breaks.
And no restroom breaks, right? So please please introduce yourselves if you don't mind.
I'm Kim Marsh. I'm the chair of the Osborne Hill Building Committee. I'm here tonight to ask for additional funding for our project. We've encountered a lot of unforeseen conditions. We've had a lot of additional abatement work, which has basically resulted in the reason why I'm here tonight. The project started, as you all know, as an emergency. There was a conceptual study and a budget put together on a pretty expedited basis when, correct me if I'm wrong, Sal, but when it was determined it wasn't going to just go through the school budget. And the abatement costs pretty much are, where we've run into some, additional expenses. The project involves window replacement at both ends of Osborne Hill. We abated the stone flooring in the hallways, and we had to abate and renovate the gymnasium. And we've done, this past summer, we did the windows and doors on the southern wing of the school, really without too much trouble, very few change orders. The stone flooring was abated in the summer and into the, it was completed in the early fall, and that did not really represent any big change orders. But we've been encountering a lot of things in the gymnasium. And we're pretty far along with the gym. I think that we're complete with the abatement, and it might even be as of this past week.
This coming weekend, it will complete.
Okay. But we still have to put the roof back on the gymnasium and, put the windows in and other things like that. And then this summer, we're going to do the windows and doors at the northern end of the building. And we don't think we're really going to run into an awful lot up there if the southern portion was representative of what we'll find up there. So we're looking for additional funding to basically complete the base contract. We had to keep, because of budget concerns, we had to keep the connecting corridor, or the walkway as it's also known, as an ad alternate. We were concerned about, by the time we were eligible to put the project out for bid, we were concerned about rising construction costs. So what we decided to do was keep the corridor as an ad alternate. And that proved to be definitely more than we could keep, agree to at the time of bid. We were somewhat optimistic we would be able to still incorporate it, but as the project has gone on, we've encountered a lot of unforeseen conditions, like I said. Regulatory delays with testing, a lot of monitoring. Sal could speak to, to that aspect. But, at this point, we feel that if we have, since we have already, definitely gone into the contingency, if we could basically get $340,000 to kind of serve as a contingency for the balance of the project, that would be the right amount of funding at this point.
So let me, there's been a lot of talk about this project over the last few months, so I just want to make sure I have the fact pattern right, and then I can turn it over to board members and you guys to speak further. In the original bond resolution, the walkway was just included as an element of the project, correct? It wasn't an ad alternate or anything like that. It was just an element of the project?
Right, right.
Okay. So when the building committee started to run into financial challenges, not due to anything that you guys did, but due to rising construction costs or what have you, and unforeseen PCB issues, you used the contingency, number one, that was available to you, that was within the budget. Then you also used the funds that were actually in the walkway, for the walkway.
Well, I believe that the ed spec did not require us to enclose to do anything with the walkway.
Okay, but didn't the bond resolution?
No, I don't think that it identified, I don't have it, but I don't recall that it identified the walkway. I think it spoke to the project or something.
I think it very, I think when we approved it. Right.
Is this just...
Please, speak into the microphone, Mr. Mintola.
Just,
Yeah.
the bond resolution in front of us includes enclosing a walkway, and I wasn't here, but I imagine the original bond resolution said the same thing.
Exactly.
Okay.
That was my memory as well. Thank you for pointing that out. So I guess what I'm saying is, well, we're asking for $300 and some odd thousand this evening, right? $346.33. The real overage here is closer to $800,000, right?
Well, the walkway line item in the conceptual budget was $70,000, but as the...
It says 447 here.
Well, I believe in the original budget, it really only consisted of hanging windows or glazing from along the sides of the existing walkway. It didn't include a fully heated and air-conditioned corridor, and it didn't include masonry walls and permanent windows and doors and that kind of thing.
Is that what's contemplated now?
No, when the conceptual budget was done, as Ms. Marshall stated, it was done on an expedited basis. Part of that speed was because of the costs that the Board of Ed was incurring for the emergency that we were keeping all the boards informed about. And I believe it was Mr. Mayor that came up with the understanding or the information that those costs could be captured in the bond as pre-costs.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine, I get it.
So the...
But I'm just saying the scope of the project was changed after the bond resolution to get rid of the walkway, whether it was 470 or 70,000, whatever it was. I don't recall, in all fairness, I don't recall the original estimate, but I recall that the walkway was added in as an element of the project.
Right.
Because the project was approved, I believe, shortly after Sandy Hook, and there was all sorts of...
Correct. The conceptual
considerations
budget
related
was
to that.
done actually right before Sandy Hook.
Right.
And the design or the intent of the original design wasn't, post-Sandy Hook, became more involved. It became a...
Yeah, because we never said air condition the walkway. We said build the walkway.
It was conditioned, yeah, it was, Mr. Silver explained the very few elements, more of a weather screen kind of enclosure as opposed to a full element, concrete floor, vinyl tile, wallboard, brick, heating, lights, things like that. It was more like a bus stop enclosure was entailed in that original conceptual budget. During the discussions for the funding, it was mentioned whether that was, or questioned whether that was enough, and it had been stated if we had to lose that element to take care of the other issues on the building, just like we're talking about now.
Who said that?
That was, I believe that was a statement in questioning with Dr. Tidal at a Board of Selectmen meeting, not at one of these.
I don't care what he said, because he doesn't vote on the bond.
No, I'm just saying, it was, would you be willing to sacrifice it, and I believe the answer was yes.
again, irrelevant because he doesn't vote on the bonding resolution. And I mean, no disrespect.
No, I'm not
to
talking
Dr.
about the
Todd.
bonding resolution. It was about what elements were in the ed spec compared to the funding.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get to what the real overage is here, because on a, and by the way, I'm not casting aspersions, there's nothing like that. It seems like it's $400,000 on a $4 million project, at least $400,000 on a $4 million project, right? And the reason we're not here talking about a much larger number tonight, 800,000, right, is because the thought is that now those funds to build the walkway, which was an element of this bond resolution, will be covered most assuredly by the security package that's now being contemplated, the infrastructure package, right?
Correct.
Right. So we were off the mark. Now, we rushed because, as you said, the considerations here were the original budget for this, right? But obviously, we were off by a fair amount in that conceptual budget.
The conceptual budget was different. There was a comparison of the different element as the design progressed. It was very early in the design phase to get to that number.
And I'll take your word for it on the 75 grand versus the 475 on the, I'll take your word for it, but, I mean, that was about safety. That wasn't about air conditioning. That wasn't about heating. I mean, that was about a concern that the school district had that we recognized and agreed to fund through this to address a real safety issue at that school, or a perceived safety issue at the school.
Correct.
And I just want to be clear, I'm a little concerned because we're doing bond resolutions, right, thinking we're getting one thing, and then we're not getting it. And quite frankly, you question whether people would have voted for it one way or the other. I don't know on this particular project, but it's a slippery slope we start going down.
Understand.
When we say, no, we were only kidding about that. We'd like to have that. But do you know what I'm saying?
No, I completely
I'm being flippant
understand.
about it, but I don't mean to be.
Correct.
And again, this doesn't have to do with anybody doing anything wrong on the building committee. They're trying to get the project done.
Right.
But I'm just not thrilled with that. Mr. Mottola.
Just so I understand, so when this was voted on, was this board's understanding that part of the project was going to be, I'm going to use the more secure walkway as opposed to just the covered type of walkway that Sal described? Is that?
I don't recall the specifics of
Okay.
but I recall the specifics of the discussion where, oh my God, not only do we have to handle the PCB issue, but by the way, while we're there, we've just had this major issue with safety, and as was alluded to tonight, probably the most insecure thing the kids do
Is walk outside.
is walk
there.
outside at several points when we have these things. So it was added into the bond resolution. There were monies added in. And again, I don't remember the details as I sit here, right? That's not what it's about. But there was monies added in to build a walkway to secure that. Do you guys, Bob, you're shaking your head, do you remember?
I thought it was $70,000.
And you might be right, and that's what Sal alluded to.
And so,
It was. If you go, I gave you a larger scale.
I don't see
handout.
that here. Yeah, I must have missed
It's
that.
it's folded over.
this right here.
Yeah, no, I know. I just don't see it here. I'm not saying.
I have another copy if you would like.
No, that's fine. I mean, I'm not.
It has a comparison of how the budget developed
Yeah.
and grew. Some of the things that transpired from conceptual budget to actual bidding was that there was more, number one, there was more discovery as design progressed and testing continued. One of the big elements that changed in design was it was determined that the roof had to come off of the gymnasium
Sure.
because the deck was contaminated. That wasn't an original, that wasn't in the conceptual estimate. So that was increased design costs, that was increased abatement, and then replacement, because you have to put, we're actually not removing just the roofing, we're removing the roof deck and the steel that had the spray-on fireproofing, which was the primary cause of everything. And then its replacement, new bar joists, new metal deck, new roofing. So that was a whole new thing that added in during schematic design and design development. Other things that happened was as we spoke about earlier about roofing bids over at Ludlow, timing became bad. The original intention was to get to the point that we would be out to bid by January. Waiting for the EPA approvals, we didn't get out to bid until April. Became very jammed up into getting the work started for the summer. So we had a very tight time frame reflected in the cost. So, you know, that was another thing that grew the costs. As the construction budgets were being developed, we're seeing the challenge of the pricing. The connector was increasing in pricing. The reality was, after the awards, that the base bid was, when we're saying base bid, everything except the connector, was more than anticipated. Basically ate up what would have been the original contingency. That's why the connector was a budget control item, to make sure that the primary stuff of getting rid of the PCBs was taken care of.
Well, you elected to make it a budget control item. It was not a budget control item.
Right, for a bid control item, let's put it that way.
Okay, it wasn't
However
even
you wanna
that.
see it. And so we're at the point that there wasn't enough funding for the connector. Other items were looked at. A security grant was applied for to try to make up the deficit, assuming that what was remaining wasn't eaten up by unknowns. That didn't come through, obviously, and we're here today. We did encounter unknowns in the gym, excuse me, the gym abatement. We have some proposed change orders that brings us right now to basically at funding. Everything's committed or potentially committed. The change orders that have come through are being negotiated. The team's not in full, the architect and the owner's rep are not in full agreement with the amounts that were put forward by the contractor, and they're negotiating that. But if they prevail, the contractor prevails on their numbers, basically have no contingency right now, regardless of the connector. There's no funding left for another unknown that might come up this summer when we're completing the rest of the windows on the project, which was the reason for the line item for adding contingency back in.
Questions, comments from board members?
So can I ask, I don't know if you go.
Mary, and I'll go to Dave. We'll go to John first.
So the money that you're seeking tonight would basically finish the project, the windows you're talking about that you want to do this coming summer, and will it do the walkway?
It will not do the walkway.
So we're still not going to do the walkway?
To do the walkway was bid out at a certain number, and there was 90 days upon which to act on that bid.
Okay.
That time frame expired, and the building committee could not act upon it because they did not have the funding left. What was left from the approved funding was less than that alternate, that line item.
But time out. What's an alternate?
In the bid documents.
I don't care about the bid documents.
It was.
That's what I'm saying. My only problem with this whole thing, right? It's not the way it was managed. It's not the unforeseen circumstances. It was a mess, right? My only concern is I don't remember that being an alternate, and I don't think that's what the document says is an alternate.
It's on here.
Right.
You're talking about the walkway.
I'm talking about the walkway.
So the question becomes, when you run out of money,
when do you come back?
How come you're not coming back? And I'm just curious, why aren't you coming back seeking money for the walkway too? And that's
Well, because they're taking it out of,
The walkway enclosure, are you talking about?
yeah,
yeah, or whatever you want to call it.
yeah.
It's part of the bonding resolution. It was
Correct.
part of the original deal. And so I guess the conceptual question is, when it's part of the original deal, but you run out of money, are you obligated to come back and seek more money, or do you just not do it and forget about it?
Exactly.
That's the
Well,
question.
If we can talk process for a little bit and all that, if I might.
You might.
One is, just to clarify the question, the walkway enclosure, which was budgeted originally at $70,000, so it wasn't a full-blown walkway by any
Right.
stretch of the imagination, is now being covered in a security, non-recurring item.
Correct.
That is under consideration by this board. So, assuming that gets passed, there will be a walkway. It addresses this walkway and a number of other walkways,
Correct.
so the schools are all treated comparably.
And that, and by the way, that's not my concern.
Nope,
Right. Be-
I just,
Yeah.
Mr. Mottola asked the question, are we going to have a walkway? And I just wanted to clarify that question.
Walkway enclosure, right? Is that what you're talking about? Okay.
Right.
Kind of
And
what was
that-
originally competent. And second, I'm reading into your concern a little bit in terms of what's in the bonding resolution. I'm going to turn to Mr. Mayor at this point. But again, we approve or authorize, then we build, then we bond. So when we do something like a project that was mentioned earlier, Fairfield Woods Middle School, and the renovations there, that was a multiple-year project. So that was in several different bonding resolutions that actually went out to the market.
I absolutely know how that works.
Okay. So my point there is that in terms of the entire project, and that's my question for Mr. Mayor, are all the specs of as part of that bonding resolution that goes out to the market? Otherwise, it's a bonding resolution for part of it at each step of the way. So, and I'm sensing your question is really, what's our legal requirement?
Yeah, I mean, but we also have an obligation, when you sit on a board and you're voting for a project, right? You don't know what may or may not tip the scales of someone voting for the project. So if someone's sitting here saying, a key element in me voting for that project was to get the walkway, and then down the line, someone determines that it's an ad alternate, all I'm saying is the timing of this conversation is too late.
All right.
Timing of the conversation should happen when you say, you know what? There's elements of this project that we got to throw out because we don't have enough funds to get it done.
Yeah.
That's
And-
my point.
Okay, and to that point, what I was concerned you were saying is that once we approve the specs for a project, we're obligated to fund that entire project and fund the whole thing.
No.
So if that comes in at twice the price, we're obligated to go through that because that was in the original resolution. So I want to be clear that we can make that change legally
Agreed.
and appropriately if we find out that the price of something changed and we can no longer afford
It's
to
a
do that
to me,
extra
it's a
step.
matter of timing. If there was any project that was going to run into unforeseen circumstances, it was this one, right? So all I'm saying is that I don't know that the committee had the right to make the decision they make, to make an element of an ad alternate, as opposed to raising their hands at the time and say, you know what, we got to go back.
Well, yeah, I think the committee definitely has the right to do that. I don't dispute your point about communication in terms of getting back and making everybody aware of doing that.
And they were pretty good. I've seen some minutes of their meetings and stuff like that. So we go down this slippery slope. Mrs. Leclerc.
I'm just frustrated because we had very specific discussions about that enclosure when we approved the funding, and the RTM had such specific ones, they actually added the wording into the bond resolution. And so you have a legal bond resolution that says we want this in the project.
Yeah, and my
And-
point is that it may not be a legal bond resolution because it hasn't gone out to the market yet, which is what I was trying to get
Well,
Mr. Mayor
but that's
to
what
come
we
on.
approved. This is pretty legal to me. You have an attorney draft it.
Yeah, I mean, it says, if I may interrupt a little bit, the bond resolution is the guiding document. And the building committee needs to spend their money based upon the bond resolution. However, when they come to a point when they have less funds than necessary than to complete every aspect of the project, then they have the authority to, as long as they don't change the overall scope of the project, to make adjustments to the project.
This changes the scope.
Well, I mean, anything they didn't do would have changed the scope, right? You know what I'm saying? So that they have two choices. They have to adjust and not spend money on something, or they have to come back to this board and ask for more money.
Right, like Riverfield came back and asked for more money.
No, they could well have done that. I guess you're recommending to them that they should. And
And again, just to clarify for everybody, going back to the beginning, if it's okay to proceed, just to clarify for everybody, going back to the beginning on how this happened. The Board of Ed tested for PCBs in, I believe, April or May of the calendar year at that time. They started the cleanup, because once you test, you have to mitigate. At that point, the $750,000 window project hadn't been approved. So once the cleanup had started, that started to get into big dollars. So we looked at how do we recover those and get those out of the Board of Ed budget for that year, because they would be in a difficult situation having to pay those out of the current year budget. That would have significantly impacted the educational programs for the year.
But again, I think you're explaining a question that I don't think anybody has a problem with.
Actually, I am explaining it because the misunderstanding here is you keep talking about the building committee, and what I'm trying to get to is the way this process happened. The funding was approved in order to recapture the pre-costs. That was done in an expedited basis so that we didn't go any further into the cleanup to happen. The building committee was not on board at that time, so you're talking about issues with the building committee that they were brought in after the fact on
I
that.
totally understand that, but what I'm saying is, once it was known that the total funding wasn't there to be able to do all the elements of the project, right? And I'm not casting aspersions, I'm
Well,
not.
some of the
it's just-
comments are coming across like that. My point is that the building committee was not here for those discussions.
They were here afterwards, right?
Yes, but they were not here for those discussions to understand how that went through. I'm not disputing your point that the communication should have come in earlier. I just want to give these guys credit because they were not there as part of it. That's
Agreed.
all.
Agreed. Mr. Becker, you had your hand up? Is he there?
Yeah, I'm okay for now. Ms. Leclerc actually had covered it with the RTM component, so that they had adjusted the wording. They felt so strongly about it that they went back into their own resolution. So thank you for bringing that up.
I'm looking at the resolution we approved. It doesn't say anything about covering the walkway. What it does have is in Exhibit A to it, it just says, it has a picture of the proposal and the areas that
And the
were going to be
walkway.
done.
Yeah.
But it does have somewhat of a budget here, proposed window/door replacement and renovated gym. And then there's a line for $70,000 saying enclosed walkway.
Yep.
But in the verbiage for what this is going to do, it does not talk. It just talks about, I will read it. It says, for the costs associated with the remediation of Osborne Hill Elementary School relating to the discovery of PCBs, contamination at the school, which costs include costs of environmental engineers and consultants, special cleaning, testing, restoring the school from any damage resulting from the actual remediation, providing alternate facilities necessitated from the contamination, and other costs incurred as a result of the discovery of PCBs, and for the administration, legal, and financing costs related thereto, as outlined in Scheme 1.
And then go back to Mr. Matola's item that he held up before, because he held the document.
Well, he's talking about, am I wrong, John? You're talking about a bond resolution for this evening.
Tonight's bond.
He's talking about
Yeah.
tonight's bond resolution.
Got it.
So.
Because
it
I
doesn't-
had that as last time's bond resolution,
No.
because we had the discussion. No, that's good.
Yeah, no, but it does refer to this Scheme 1. Now, in Scheme 1, when you get down to Scheme 1, and they list up like a proposed
Go to the
budget.
RTM.
Well, now, the RTM completely changes it.
Yep.
Which is not what we voted on.
Yep.
It completely changes it because they add verbiage in
About the
that,
walkway.
that they changed the resolution,
Yep,
where they say it includes adding the walkway.
yep.
It's, yeah. So,
So the final resolution talks about the walkway.
I don't know what what they did was they changed the call item, resolved.
Yeah.
I don't know whether they actually changed.
Well, that's why I was asking for the
bond
final
resolution that
Where's
itself.
the? And it
Well, the walkway is in the scheme. The walkway, that's part of the resolution. resolutions.
Yeah.
It's
It's
part,
in-
yes. so
it's- it's in-
And it's in here, too.
Yeah, that's part of the resolution, and that's.
Team one, it's
Yeah,
less.
I mean, today's resolution was written not from the building committee, like, what did you think you wanted to do? It was written from the material that supports the original resolution.
Right. See, and this is where it just gets confusing. I'm talking process. That's why I'm not casting aspersion at the building committee. I'm saying we just need to know when we approve something and when the RTM approves something, because you know if it's coming up here, it's coming up at the RTM.
Yeah.
What's the obligation is to the communication factor when that gets back?
All right.
It's more about the process.
But if that's the resolution, when the Board of Selectmen approved that item, that should have been adjusted out of the bond resolution also then.
I'm sorry, no, we're talking about the original bond resolution.
The original bond resolution.
Okay. I
The
thought we're-
original bond, this resolution references the
You're
original
confused 'cause
bond
I am, 'cause it's
resolution.
on, the walkway's on this resolution that we're voting on tonight.
And that should have
Because
been
the-
gone after the Board of Selectmen.
No. This resolution references the original resolution, and it says what was in the original resolution. That's where it is. It's in the reference to the original resolution. It's not what's being
See your
voted on tonight.
Okay.
There-
So there's no reference in the resolution tonight that the walkway has to be done because we removed that.
That is a correct statement.
Right, but in the call, in the whereas, referencing the first resolution, it talks about enclosing a walkway.
Yes,
and-
because that's the resolution that we are referencing, is that we're adding 300, or requesting, the request for additional $340,000 is being added to.
Right. And the resolution before us tonight, in essence, modifies the original.
Yeah, because you're going to cover it with the funds from the other. Security.
Just
Yeah,
forget that
and-
for a moment. Just because of how the Board of Selectmen passed it, it should be before this board without the walkway in the current.
This resolution is simply to add $340,000 to the project.
Yeah, but we also removed the walkway.
Well, no, you're adding, no, that's up to the building committee to spend the $340,000 as they deem appropriate. This resolution is to add $340,000. The supporting documentation, which supports what you're currently saying, shows that $340,000 is required primarily for $633, I think, of current overruns, expenditures to date, and $340,000 for contingency for projects that have been started that haven't been completed. So it's pretty clear in the documentation that the walkway, that at this point, a decision has been made to exclude the walkway.
Do you have any other questions? Anybody have any
Well, I
questions?
mean, my question, I guess, to the first selectman is, you mentioned that if the non-recurring security passes, that this walkway covered, or however it was going to be, for $70,000 is included in that?
That was one of our questions to Dr. Tittle, and perhaps Sal can kind of confirm that, but we asked if the walkway, actually walkways at several schools, were included in the security non-recurring component. The answer was yes, so, and we clarified that that would handle the walkway here at Osborne Hill, so that was yes, so we didn't have to get into the whole, why'd it grow from 70,000 to 470 in that whole discussion.
Enclosed the same way?
No. We're following the, probably should have brought it up in the executive session.
Well, we can go into executive session if you think you need to explain that, because it leads to a follow-up question of, what are we talking about with these enclosures?
In terms of price point?
Pricing.
Or what
and-
the
ways
and
and
design.
security
Design.
ways and things
Happy
like
to
that.
go into executive session if you want to.
Well, I think we need to know.
Okay. Make a
So I'm
motion.
going to make a motion to go into executive session in order to talk about the security issue.
Do I have a second to that? Mrs. Leclerc. Okay, all in favor of going into a brief private executive session? Opposed? Abstentions? Let's go out back for a few minutes. Huh? Thank you, Jay. Can we have a motion? Public session. Do we have a second? Mr. Brown, all in favor? All opposed? We are back in public session. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns on this item? Seeing none. Is everybody back? We're missing one.
Mr. Becker's in the restroom.
Okay. Seeing none, I will go to the public for any comment on this. Does anyone in the public have anything they would like to say? Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Bill Dunn. Bill Dunn.
Bill, could you just give your address?
Sure. It's 205 Tuckahoe Lane. And I'm an Osborne Hill parent, and I'm also on the building committee. One of the things I'd like to mention, and I think people know this, is that the gym has been closed for 2.5 years. And my daughter is currently in 5th grade. She hasn't seen the inside of the gym since she was in 2nd grade. And there's a number of children in the school that haven't seen the inside of the gym at all. I understand the walkway, I understand the process, I understand the other things that we're discussing tonight. But with the windows, it's been an awful long time in coming. I think they were originally going to be done, and then we were going to put them with Ludlow, and then we found out with the PCBs, we almost had to close the school down. So it's been a long time in coming as far as Osborne Hill is concerned. And yeah, I would appreciate your voting favorably in this for our bonding request for the additional $340,000 so that we can just get the gym back online and get the windows finished for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. One question before we bring it to it. When will the gym reopen? Will it not reopen until September of next year, this year?
April 10th is
This year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We're
good
hoping it might be the end of March, but realistically, probably April 10th.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments?
Sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Leclerc.
Oh, well, I just feel a little frustrated because I don't want to delay the gym, yet I wish bond counsel was here to confirm that this, like, if they're legally required to do the walkway, and so I don't feel comfortable voting on it. It's not that I don't want your gym to open, and it's not that I don't want to give money, it's just the other issues surrounding it. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Mrs. Leclerc. Any other questions, comments, concerns?
Hello? I would just respond to Ms. Claire's comment that the building committee has the authority to expend the funds they have and adjust the project in conformity with what they think makes best. So this was also part of my conversation today with Frank Cleary, and it's much more clear and less subjective. It's very clear. They have that authority. If they don't have enough money, they have to leave something out.
And why don't they come back to us then? I don't understand.
They could do that, but they haven't, you have to ask them why they haven't.
Okay. You good, Mrs. Leclerc? Any other questions? All right, the item is before us, and it's to hear, consider, and act upon a resolution appropriating an additional $340,633 for costs associated with certain projects at Osborne Hill Elementary School, and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance the appropriation. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, there were two opposition, and the rest were in favor. All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
And thank you. My apologies for the lateness of the hour.
No problem. Have a good night, everyone.
You as well, and thank you for your service, and Mr. Dunn, thank you for your service as well. Okay, item number 5, I'd like to propose that we move this to date certain, being our next meeting, which is February 17th. So item number 5 is to hear, consider, and act upon a request from the Chief Fiscal Officer to transfer $245,000 from contingency to various accounts per the attached schedule in the fiscal year 15 year for the THEA settlement. Can we put this before us, and then I'll make a motion to move it? Mr. Brown, seconded by Mr. Mottola, and I'll make a motion that we move this topic to our February 17th agenda. Do I have a second for my motion? Seconded by Mrs. Leclerc. Do I have any comments, questions, or concerns by board members? Seeing none, all in favor of moving this item? Opposed? Abstentions? That item's moved. It's our second fast vote of the night. All right. Yeah. Let's go to the last item on the agenda, and I actually have to do the heavy lifting on this one, I think. This is item number 6, discussion and appointment of a new clerk for the Board of Finance. As I mentioned, I think in previous meetings, Caitlin is wanted to step down from her position. And we are very sad to see her go, and thank her very much for her number of hours. I don't think people realize the amount of time and effort goes into being our clerk. We're a needy bunch, and me especially. And I want to thank her for her long service to the board. She will be missed, and hopefully will come back and visit once in a while. But from the 7:30 to 8 o'clock half hour. But seriously, I can't thank her enough. She's been great to work with, and you've done a very nice job, so thank you for that. The background is, before Caitlin, this position was typically manned by the CFO, and we had an unexpected change in CFO, and I asked Caitlin to step into the breach while the new CFO got up to speed and to kind of smooth the waters. And then when Caitlin approached me several months ago about stepping down, I had to quickly go back to the charter and speak to my legal counsel to my right to understand, what the charter required somebody to be. And there is a specific requirement that the person have a finance background. And then we had put together a job description for the position. And a lot of the job is actually, there's some of it that is finance. There's a lot of it that's more herding cats or administration or dealing with the likes of us, right, and tracking down information and scheduling the department heads and things like that. The one thing that really became evident is that it's a job that it's very important that it's got somebody who has relations with other department heads that can get the return phone call, that actually knows who to call, right, to get them to come to the meeting, that they know where to call to schedule rooms, that they have some familiarity with the town website and some of the posting requirements and the legal notices for our meetings. It's also good that they have a relationship with the chief financial officer. Putting that all together, it was evident that it was, and Mr. Mayor was of great help in this, that it was, the job probably needed to be split in two, with Mr. Mayor, because of his finance background, being the actual clerk and dealing with the financial issues and really directing the process from his office. And then we needed the administration side, which really needed to be somebody within Town Hall that could call and get return phone calls and help with the more administrative tasks. And Mr. Mayor recommended Jen Carpenter, who works in the First Selectman's office. And I've worked with Jen now for many years, and she's been very pleasant to work with, very competent, very responsive, and she knows how to work the inner workings of Town Hall. She knows who to call. She can get return phone calls like Bob can. And I think the proposal before us now, which was a long time in coming and difficult to put together, was that Bob Mayer assume the role of the clerk at a stipend of $4,000 a year to be paid monthly through the course of the year for his efforts, and that Jennifer Carpenter assume the role of really what's the assistant and be paid $4,800 a year for the hours that she does. And, you know, I did speak with her, and she wanted to assure me that in taking this role, she would do this work after her hours, not during her workday, when, quite frankly, she's being paid by the First Selectman's office. And you know, she was very adamant to me that she wanted that known, that she understood what the obligations were of the position. So that's the proposal I put before you. I've been working on it with a number of people for about 3 months. It's been long and arduous. I think this is the right resolution to the position. We do reappoint these positions annually. We made that change that we do that in June. I would propose that we appoint this through June of 2016, just because doing it for 3 months doesn't seem to make any sense. So I want to make a motion that we appoint Bob Mayer as the clerk of the Board of Finance at a cost of $4,000 a year to be paid monthly, ratably on a monthly basis, and Jennifer Carpenter to assume the role as assistant clerk to our board, and she to be paid $4,800 ratable monthly, effective with our next meeting, in preparation for our next meeting. And by the way, we save money with this as well. Yeah, we save money with this as well. So we're doing our part. Do we have a second, Mr. Stone? This item is before us. Thank you, Mr. Stone. Item is for us for discussion. Does anybody have anything? Mr. Walsh.
The only thing I think is a continual issue, and it's just always a hard issue to juggle, and I think Ms. Bossi had to juggle it as well, is serving two masters, because as long as in taking it, if we ask the CFO, who's going to be our clerk, a direct question, he's going to have to honestly answer that question, and he could be in conflict with information that the First Selectman's giving him that he might not want out. And that's going to be a difficult tightrope to walk, but it's going to have to be walked. And because we're all, I think, expect that we're going to get an honest answer and not hear a month later that we didn't get the correct answer. So it's a tough tightrope to walk. I think Bob can do it, and I have a great relationship with Bob that has grown over time, and I think he'll do a great job. So we look forward to working with you.
Well, thanks. And with respect to final comments, regarding the earlier comments, I think one of the complaints from my office has been I'm too open and transparent.
We expect you to be the same.
But I rest assured that is my purpose and perspective is to make sure that everybody, and if you want to talk politics from both parties, if you want to talk residents, is as fully informed with the current information and the best information I have to date at all times.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any other questions, comments, concerns from board members? I will in a second. Seeing none, anybody from the public? Deb's tired. All in favor of that motion? Opposed? Abstentions? Congratulations. Thank you. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
One comment, if I may, before you adjourn. I think that, first of all, thank you very much, but I think Caitlin has done a remarkable job, and there are certain aspects that Caitlin has brought to this position that are not replaceable, and she should just be complimented accordingly.
Agreed. Thank you.
The great
Thank
thing
you
that I
very
heard
much.
tonight is that if she shows up at any future meeting, she gets comp time. That's awesome.
And now we're going to adjourn. Mr. Walsh make the motion. Mr. Mottola is already out the door. All in favor of adjournment? All opposed? Good night, everybody.